and stuff.
Did you know that most Americans actually believe that?
I mean, children or like adults?
No adults. I'm
A
partially making
scary
this
It's
up.
number.
called chocolate milk. Why would you ever think it's not made from
It's
Because
chocolate?
if you feed the cow enough chocolate, it
Oh,
just starts.
listen. I don't believe it myself, but I can see how that can actually be believed because, like, there's animals out there who eat a specific thing, and their milk and stuff comes out like tasting different. Perhaps not like the thing, but tasting different because of what it's composed from. I can see how that can be correlated and confused with. I don't understand why people would like not question it and research and then find out they're wrong, because that's what I would immediately do.
They can't
Wait,
even
Are you telling me I've been wrong about almond milk this whole time?
Yes.
See,
I've come-
almond
I've-
milk
the
comes
thing
from
is,
almond cookies.
I've convinced people that haggis is a real animal.
You cannot blame people though. If you told me like, oh yeah, did you know by the way that haggis is actually named after the animal it's made from? I'll be like, yeah.
No, I used
'Cause it's-
I used to.
Y'all
basically
have a
just
different
go out-
language. Of course, I'm gonna believe you. If some Chinese person. Sorry, I don't know why I said China man there. Some man from China who came up and told me like, we have a breed of cow we call Shantian. I'll be like, yeah, you have a breed of cow called Shantian. Why would I doubt him?
No, but the haggis is a wee rodent. It's like what they call marmots,
Marmots.
like fluffy. Yeah, it's got two long legs on one side, two short legs on the other. So that way, when it runs, it can just run around the hill.
Dope.
Well, it's like a little groundhog, a little beaver thing, right?
Yeah, kinda. They look weird, like the depiction we've made of them. But I used to tell folk that I was going haggis hunting at the weekend, and they believed me.
I believe you. Now I'd probably like question you, being like, "Isn't haggis that one food?" But if you told me like, "Oh yes, it's also an animal," I'd be like, "I wouldn't even question you."
Did you know they used to put rubber corks like into cows?
Why?
Because this is like way back when. I don't know if they still do this,
Before
but
you
like
say
early
this, am I gonna get
2000s.
demonetized for you saying this? Just kidding. I don't care. My money.
No, like they would make an incision into the side of the cow because they have.
Oh yeah, they still do that.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
because they would like put their hand like with a glove, of course, into the cow's stomach and like churn the
Yeah.
hay or whatever.
Yep.
I just remembered that and I was like, oh my
They
god.
still do it.
Wow.
I've witnessed it. I have a friend who does that for a living, along
That
with other
milk tastes
cow care.
delicious.
Like yeah, it's odd, and they live just fine. I was asking like, is she like in pain, the cow? And she's like, no.
That's nuts.
They don't mind.
Well, the thing is, it's actually supposed to be for a health reason as well.
Yeah.
It is. It smells like corpse, but anyways. Shall we start? Just so we're not losing time?
Yes.
Alright.
Yes.
Cool. I'm just gonna let the final chord of Skyrim music hit before I... There we go. Settle into my intro music. So, picking up from where we last left off. Take a sip. You have arrived in Kreshk, a walled settlement near Barovia's western border. This mist-shrouded village is nothing more than a scattering of humble wooden cottages dotted amid snow-dust pine trees, so numerous as to constitute a forest. It rests at the foot of the Abbey of St. Markovia. Having made your way through Kreshk's gate, you met with one Taras Kreshkov, the Burgermeister's brother and local militia captain. You were advised to meet with the town's Burgermeister, Baron Dmitry Kreshkov, and so you made your way there. As you enter the Burgermeister's humble cottage, you notice the smell of hot coals and sweat. There's a stout, balding man with dark skin and thick sideburns that merge with his white beard, who sits there. He's hammering upon a hot piece of steel, sending sparks with each impact. As you approach closer, he quenches his blade in a tall barrel of water. The blade hisses as steam rises to fill the room. He turns to the lot of you, his face sweating from the exertion and showing a hint of grief. He puts his work aside, his eyes focus on the bundle in your possession, which rests in which rests a dark midnight blue wedding gown that you picked up in the road before. Dmitry Kreshkov sighs. Walking toward a nearby window, he opens it to let some refreshing, frigid air in before speaking. I take it, he says with some measure of sorrow, that my couriers did not make it.
Sadly, I'm afraid no. He just kind of puts the parcel down, just isn't like a table or something.
Yeah, it's his
And the
entire
ring on top of
workstation.
it. Yeah, and the ring on top of the parcel.
Well, may they know peace, says Dmitry Kashkov. You will forgive my brother. Taras cares deeply for the safety of our people and tends to mistrust strangers. With werewolves prowling the nearby woods and the undead preying on those of us who dare venture beyond the wall, I can't blame him for his scrutiny. I thank you for bringing the bodies of the departed back home to be buried in their respective family plots. It is a better fate than to be carrion to the wolves, or worse. Thankfully, you have recovered that which they were sent to deliver, and in doing so, you've earned my favor. Perhaps I'll find a way to repay you in kind. The elderly blacksmith returns to his work, grinding away at the blade, still keeping an ear out, should you want to add anything to the conversation. Looking about the cottage, as I mentioned before, it's a workshop, blacksmithing workshop. There are various silver weapons oiled and hanging on the walls. The other half of the cottage is a kitchen with a loft above it. And there is a section for some guards to rest at should they visit the burgomaster, with a notice board hanging above a nearby dining table. Several notices upon it. Really, what do you wish to do from this point?
Samson will approach the notice board, just out of curiosity, give it a quick glance, kind of see what the notices are.
Sure. You're casting Minor Illusion, or you're just looking up a spell?
I was reading it.
Okay, cool. There are a couple more recent postings on the board. The first one reads, Wanted, Henrik van der Voort. Wanted for questioning by order of Baron Fergus Valakovich. Suspected of malicious malcontent and conspiring with servants of the devil. Reward for information leading to arrest, 50 silvers. All will be well.
Sorry, what was the name?
Henrik van der Voort. Sure, I'm butchering it somehow. It's probably like Henrik van der Voort or some shit.
Well, that's interesting.
Aye, says Dmitry, eyeing you as you read a sign. Well, Vergus holds little jurisdiction in my little town here. I must accept notices from Vallaki nonetheless, as a matter of keeping the peace between the towns, and in exchange for occasionally sending a bounty notices to Vallaki's Hunters Guild. There is...
That makes...
Go ahead and finish.
Does that make sense?
There's...
To keep peace and maintain trade between cities.
Well, we don't really rely on trade unless they have something we don't, which is rare. My people are quite self-sufficient, you see. As I mentioned, there's a couple posts. I'll just mention the second one real quick. It seems to be a bounty of some sort. Reading. Bounty, Marrow Eater of Wolfrun Wood. A tutelary spirit has been stalking the woods near Kreshk. beware of Leshy. The Honorable Dmitry Kreshkov has placed a bounty of 400 gold pieces for the head of Marrow Eater of Wolfrun Wood. It has been spotted stalking along Kreshk's northern palisade wall for the past several nights. Easily mistaken for a grazing cervine, the Marrow Eater is described by eyewitnesses as an emaciated deer skeleton stalking on its hind legs, covered in viny growth with long branching antlers and a fanged maw. Patrolling guard are advised to keep away from the edge of the parapets, as the vile spirit is an avid climber capable of lashing its prey in its grip from several paces away. Brave souls may collect their due reward from the Burgomeister's cottage in Kreshk. May the Morning Lord guide you. I'll paste that in chat as well.
Thank you.
That looks deeply concerning.
I don't exactly see people lining up to go do that one.
Not really. Excuse me. Says Dimitri. Coughing
Open a
due to
window.
his- wafting away some of the coal smoke from the forge. Excuse me. Yeah, no, not many lined up for that job. And frankly, the sooner we get somebody brave enough to deal with it, the better, lest I lose more of my people.
There's always the possibility. I'm addressing Dimitri. With our travels and everything, we possibly might be ending up staying here for the night. We talked to your brother at the front gate, and for those who were lost, the couriers, we also brought someone who was captured, who was praying to Goldulas or something. You can do with someone as you wish. Yeah, Goldias. Not sure if that holds any weight for you or if you leave that to your brother. However, like I said, we might be staying or something. Is there a place where we can rest our heads possibly to be safe?
I suppose, in return for bringing forth the gown, I can spare a few beds here in my cottage. And in doing so, settle our debt, so to speak. As for the savage, I will leave it to my brother to deal with that, for he is the arm of the law, so to speak, in my town.
And a strong one he seems. That is so generous of you. I can't thank you enough for that.
Of course, I only ask that you continue to return kindness and do good by Kreshk. Feel free to walk about my city and help around. My people could always use a hand with the daily tasks. And, well, there is another matter, in fact, now that I think about it. You all, and he takes a moment to inspect a lot of you, as odd as you are armed with fine ornaments and might be capable of pursuing the Leshy, and, well, he takes a moment to look out the window toward the abbey on the high cliff. Perhaps you could even make a delivery for me. See, the gown is not for my wife and not for any of my children. Blessed be their souls, for they have departed to the afterlife one by one. But hope lies with him, the abbot. He offered to save my bloodline, for I can bear no more children, in return for the gown. But I dare not venture there myself. I do not.
Why?
I do not.
Why not?
I do not trust the man.
Of the abbot.
Rubs me the wrong way. He doesn't speak much and only demands a tribute of wine from time to time. And now we're out of wine, he rarely comes to town at all, sticking to that dreadful place.
When you say dreadful, is it just the atmosphere that's just heavy with woe, or is there an actual threat there?
It didn't used to be that way. You see, the Abbey of St. Markovia is named after a priest of the Morning Lord who took a stand against the devil Strahd. But after a fierce uprising, Markovia and her most loyal followers stormed the Castle Ravenloft only to be destroyed. Now, the Abbey, which was once a hospital and a convent, fell in hard times. Over the years, as the land was swallowed by the mists, some of the clergy fell prey to Strahd, while others went mad and either starved themselves to death or turned to eating one another. The place has been desolate for centuries before the current head of the Abbey, called simply the Abbot, for nobody knows his true name, came about. This pilgrim who arrived over a century ago and, by my father's word, hasn't aged a single day. He occasionally visits us, as I said, perhaps paying tribute at the shrine of the White Sun. But he's not much for a word, and he's just an odd fellow all around. No one knows his true name, or where he came from. And frankly, for all I know, he might be Strahd's own servant. Heck, he could be the devil himself. I dare not venture up there.
Well, we were planning on making a trip there in the first place. A large part of why we came to Kresh. We have business that we were hoping to seek the Abbot's aid on. Can't say that your words have given me great confidence in that, but I suppose we must try anyways, so I suppose we will happily take that delivery.
You've traveled all the way to Kresh to see the Abbot? Curious. But fortunate. You know, your face. You remind me of my son. Were you a little more tanned of skin and put on a few muscles and pounds in muscle? He says before his face turns griefful once more. Well, there's that matter. And lastly, before you go, I feel I should let you know there has been development in town in terms of several bodies going missing, dug from their graves. Among them was my daughter's body as well, and I would not have my people succumb to the same sorrow as I have upon losing her again for a second time. Keep your eye about at night. Should you spot them, the grave robbers that is, report to me for due reward. I will see those culprits fed to the wolves. And keep an eye out for my daughter's body, if you will. You will know her, for she's a spitting image of my wife and wears a necklace around her neck with our family crest, a burst of sun upon our city gates.
I'm sorry for intruding, but what happened to your family?
Well, my wife and I are healthy and are bound to live beyond old age, thank the Morning Lord, but alas, my son Ilya succumbed to his illness, consumption. We buried him in our family plot along with our other 4 children.
I suppose, out of curiosity, would Samson know what consumption is a disease?
Yeah, tuberculosis.
Okay, yeah, that's
Person drowns in their own liquids because of liquids
yeah,
in their lungs.
yeah. I'm sorry for your loss.
Nods his head solemnly. That's about it. I wish you luck on your whatever it is you're here for in my city, and for you to find respite should you wish to pray by the shrine of the White Sun. Thank you. He seems exhausted, exerted, both from his work and from converse due to the grief that bears upon him.
Thank you for your hospitality.
May I ask, where are you headed after you're done here? It is rare to have heroes such as yourselves, well, enter my city gates.
Seems like word hasn't reached over here in the west. As I say that to the group, though, like as if the Mistwalkers haven't been known yet.
Yes, we're heading to the Wizards of Wine if we can get our business at the Abbey done.
Well, since you are headed that way, if you manage to secure a wagon load of wine from the Wizard of Wine's winery, my people will be most thankful to you. We have been without wine for days, and the next delivery is long overdue, and I would imagine nothing would put cheer to the people's hearts more than something to warm their bellies.
Unfortunately, it sounds like that's the same case elsewhere as well. We fear something has happened to the winery.
I pray not. We could use a lack of misfortunes.
Yes. A lack of misfortunes indeed.
All right. Well, I wish you luck on that as well. Again, should you be successful, I would pay a good coin on the people's behalf to purchase a few off of you. Half going to the Martikovs, of course, for they are the makers, but half to you for delivery. Now, if you forgive me, I must return to my work. It is a good distraction. You see him return to his work, and between forging blades and simple nails and horseshoes, he has a working project laid out on a unruled sheath of like tanned leather, various components assembled, a curved handle, cruelly shaped really for a sword, unless you meant to hold it on like a 90-degree angle. There are various mechanical parts made of bronze and other precious, anywhere from long rods to like really minute details. And there is a long barrel component that seems to attach to the handle below a trigger. It looks almost like a crossbow, but it feeds into itself no arrow, but a single round metallic object.
An Uzi.
Vad sagt systemet?
Yes.
So if that was here, that would solve most of our issues.
Yo, watch me spit this hot lightning out.
Yeah.
Well then, I suppose we should probably make our way to the Abbey, or do you think we should stop at the shrine first?
I mean, if you want to pray or whatever it is you guys do.
Couldn't hurt to say a prayer before we go somewhere dangerous.
Yes.
It would be. We can gather our thoughts there and then really try to hammer out. I feel like we have a lot on our plate in such little time.
Yes. That we absolutely do.
By the by, I'm going to say this, that the ministry offered, should you return his daughter's body back to its grave, should you be so fortunate, he is willing to give you essentially a free service in his blacksmithing, be it silvering weapons or creating a weapon altogether from scratch. or perhaps more. Really discussable with him, but he'll be so thankful that he won't charge you for those such services. Just
Cool.
yeah.
If we stay at his place, does he have like a guest house, or is it like we just walk in through his front door or something?
So as you walk through his front door, the bottom floor is a kitchen and a blacksmithery that's facing the back of the house. And then there's a wooden like ladder that climbs to the second, like a loft above. That from what you can see, there are beds there for any guests staying, for guards, for himself and his wife as well, in a separate room up in the loft. There's a second floor to this building.
Okay.
Kind of by the roof rafters. You know those second floors that don't have a ceiling but have like a angled ceiling? Yeah, exactly that. You're asking about the Dimension Army. If you look around, you do see a bar of adamantium, like amid the other metals.
Cool. Maybe we should check the graveyard to see the empty graves to see if we can find a few.
Yeah, that might be worth a glance.
Just checking out everybody have vision, yeah?
Yes.
Yeah, I have.
Yep.
Yes.
Do you leave the Burgomaster's house or anything else last minute?
Yeah.
Okay. Kreshk's town wall does not block out the lashing cold winds that sweep across the cobblestone courtyard here. Bright lanterns suspended over parapets twist in the wind and add flecks of color to the town's otherwise rather drab surrounding. Ahead, you see Taras and the town's militia tend to the bodies of the recent dead. The wildling woman, slumped against the passage wall, sits very still, snow falling on her body, kind of undisturbed, begins to stack upon her body. You can see her wrists are still bound in those shackles tied to her ankles. Irina Kalyani warms her hands by a nearby brazier, her gaze distant as she stares into the flames. And Astrid, who did not enter the Burgomaster's house, appears to be examining dirt near the nearby graveyard's gate. Where do you wish to head?
So Samson would head over to Astrid, I think.
Okay. Does anybody else head anywhere else?
AI is gonna get inside the graveyard.
Sure. Just want
I'll go to the graveyard too.
Hear from everybody.
And Nora just kind of goes, "I'll be with you in a moment," and he just walks down to what's his name, Taras.
Taras, yes.
That's it. Yeah, he just walks down to him for just a moment, just to get a quick word. You're what? Can I ask you a question?
Do it depends.
Well, I've been hearing that you've had trouble with the werewolves lately. I was wondering, do you know an estimated area within the forest of where they could be hiding?
The north. The north is as specific as I can get. They're all over the wood, patrolling it.
No worries. I was just wondering if we could maybe get a little roundup of where their den could be.
He explains that not many people in Kresh actually venture beyond the walls, as that most of the time means death. Even if you stick to the roads, it's very risky, and venturing out to the north woods is suicide. For even with silver weapon stuff, I mean, they're just so few people, not enough to form a cohesive force to raid a den. They're not sure about the source, but the entire forest north of Kresh is called Wolfrun, for it is their territory. As you explained before, evidence of werewolves' fur, the smell of urine, other tracks are predominantly kept in that northern region of the northern Kresh forest and not beyond it. Rarely do they venture to other parts of the woods for one reason or another.
See?
I wish I could give you more information, but that's about all that Taras would know, being the captain of the guard, of the inner town guard.
Yeah, that's no worries.
Right.
Just in case, I was just thinking maybe the odd travelers come by, we've seen this or whatever. Just they have people passing by, so he could have maybe learn something for that. That's what I was
It's
thinking.
a good thing to check, but not to Ross's.
Okay, no worries.
No.
He just finds some for his time and then heads back up to the others.
He returns to seeing to the bodies. You. I want to see if there's anything else. Yeah, you can just see that 3 bodies have been identified amid the dead found in Raven River Crossing. The remains of the other 3 scouts have not been found. You can overhear that the guards are talking about it, and the scouts are talking about how they're assumed to be dead, and the remaining remains are difficult to identify. But yeah, you get an idea that they will be buried in their respective family plots, and the unidentified remains will be burnt at a funeral pyre, giving them some measure of honor. You can, while you're there talking in the background, you kind of saw Anna Kreshkov come out of the stables, which is this building over yonder. She stashed Francis and Gus in there along with your cart, and she's currently speaking to another guard. You can't really catch a conversation from this distance, but that's what you kind of notice on that side of the town square.
It's a good looking town.
Thanks. It's what's that app I'm using? Not Dungeon Craft. Anyway, I'll let you know which one if you're interested. If you're interested in building maps, it's really useful. You also, I'll just note this: the wildling is over here, and she's sitting still shackled. Still, I mentioned it before. Yeah, she's still snow kind of piling up on her. As the rest of you move toward the graveyard, you see Astrid kind of rub the dirt between her hands, giving it a sniff, trying to stay subtle about it, but still looking around, and she just goes, "Look at those disturbed graves. I've been trying to investigate to see if I can find out who might have done such a thing."
Yes. Dmitry Kreskov asked us to look into that if we had any opportunity to, or at least to provide him any information we find.
I would imagine I'd be able to help track the culprits, but we need to find evidence, says Astrid.
Yeah. Agreed. Tracking is one thing, proof is another. Well then,
What do you do?
suppose we should go in and investigate a little bit before we head up to the Abbey.
The grave gates creak as Aya and Nadia already proceed through them. The soil beneath is being kept soft from the frost by some means of magic that have been cast upon here, that you can innately kind of feel has been here for a very, very long time. The magic's runes are kind of inscribed along the gate, the stone wall's bottom, and kind of work their way all around the graveyard. The graveyard itself is split into plots, family plots, assorted by houses and last names, with the Kreshkovs being the one closest to the gate. One of the graves is exhumed amid that plot, and many others are as well. What do you do?
When you say exhume, it's like the
Dug up.
coffin is
Dug up.
missing, or only the door is open or broken.
It means that somebody has dug the grave open, took the casket, opened the casket, removed the corpse from it, and has either left the casket on the soil in the open air, or has thrown it back into the hole and moved on. Some of the graves, you can see that an effort was made. Somebody started putting soil back on the casket, and it was like, "Why am I doing this?" and walked away, kind of thing.
Okay.
Is it possible to inspect the graves that were tampered with and
Yeah.
see if any tools were done, like, or if this was done by brute force, or if like pry bars or stuff was used,
For-
like around?
For sure. You can
Okay.
go ahead and roll me like an investigation check as you do that. Very well. One thing at a time, starting with the most obvious, as you're looking around for whether they were dug up by hand or by tool. You notice a preponderance of twigs and pine needles in the areas around Alana's grave and other graves, despite a lack of non-flowering plants in the area near the garden. There are twigs and just pine needles that don't belong here. Indeed, you, looking for whether the graves were dug by hand, you find deep furrows in the dirt around the grave, as well as an eclectic collection of paw prints and footprints. Like a mix. A few scattered green lizard scales and tufts of soft amber fur can also be found around the grave.
Alright, I'm just writing all this down.
Yeah, I'll write in chat just so you don't have a miscommunication.
Picking up the scale and just kind of like eyeballing it and trying to like get the best part of kind of like whatever the gloomy overcast sun would be kind of coming through, just to kind of look at it a little bit better.
It feels like shed snakeskin, but
Okay.
very large scale.
And as you go to do that, Samson will snap his fingers and light on his hand to provide light for you.
I'll kind of like lean it towards your way and I'd be like, look at that. That's like a snake skin. But there's fur.
Big, how big of a snake would that count for?
Yeah, question. How... It's like the snake skin, but like there's like
Take
so
your palm,
tiny
look at it, it's
little
like a quarter of your palm.
Oh, okay.
That is a very large snake. Go
Have a
then.
look at it.
Yeah, no.
Just kind of,
Yeah,
his
give-
hand. Just kind of looks at the scale just to see if I can identify what sort of lizard or reptile it came from.
Sure thing. Roll me like nature, if you don't mind.
Yeah, sure.
Ah, man.
Give me a second, okay?
No, Ark, it's Taros, okay? It's Taros.
The scale is green in color, and while it has a certain flexibility to it, it is almost in hardness like metal. Very hard to kind of scratch or penetrate. With a uniting nature check, you've had a very broad encounters with different poisonous snakes of the wild. This is not it. The ratio of size, like Samson said, would place this creature as tall as your average humanoid, about 5 to 6 feet, just for the sake of like size ratio over total body coverage. The only species of snake person you would have maybe heard about would be like the Naga or other creatures from Chult back on the beyond the Sword Coast a little bit. In the far, far west, deep in jungles, these half snake people would be like a fair guess, or something along the lines of that. I'm not sure if Novak would have had encounter with anything else back in Theshk, or his homeland, or his forest. This is...
He travelled around, he's been place to place for who knows.
You can also tell that, unlike with snakes, when you pry off their scales and there's an underneath side where their white meat is at, the beneath side of this feels like the subdermal layer of a human being. Like a fusion of the two.
Yeah, you just realize that information. Yeah, so whatever this thing is, it's about the height of Samson. I mean, this is no snake. It's a snake-like creature, but it's no snake. It's humanoid in nature.
Well, that certainly helps if we want to prove who did this. I can't imagine there'll be that many of those things like that around. People would know.
Novrik and Nadia, since you both kind of were in this, you can go ahead and roll investigation as well if you want to see if you can be a 20 and spot anything that Samson might have missed. Okay.
Woof.
It was a fair try. It's a hard thing
Yeah.
to notice.
What about the fur?
Tuft of amber fur?
What is it?
It's tuft
Oh.
of amber fur. Do you have a question? I can answer.
No, I was gonna say like if Norbert wanted to take a look at that.
Yeah, I can take a look at that as well. I think I
Yeah.
missed that, the fur part.
Yeah.
I'm just kind of piecing
Using the same 19 check, this one's a lot easier. It giving it a sniff and stuff, it smells like the hair of a donkey or some other equine creature that's not a horse, not quite a horse smell, but a very unique like donkey mule smell to it.
Could I take-
awesome.
I don't want to metagame, but could I take a guess to it as for maybe what Nadia might think it is?
That's not metagaming, that's what your character would do.
Oh. Okay. Just because possibly on the Sword Coast, because they're such a pain in the ass, but maybe like a jackal wear. But with the snake, I'm thrown off.
You said horse or mule, like there wouldn't happen to be any horseshoe prints on the ground.
There are no, amid the eclectic collection of both paw prints and footprints, there are no hoof prints.
Ah.
And kind of looking
Well,
about,
that's-
you kind of try and look all over the place. You know that the set of meandering, mismatched footprints, and I say mismatched because it seems that they belong to the same individual, but two different sets of footprints. The set of mismatched foot and paw prints lead toward the northeastern side of the graveyard, pointed directly toward the abbey.
Well,
Yeah, and,
I was gonna ask, like, is there like any patterns in the graves, like they were taken by order, or just like it looks randomly?
It looks random. There's no, both male and females, young and old. There's no distinctive pattern to what corpses were taken. Whom?
And are there any ravens? That's the other question. In town, like in Balaki, that there was like an abundance
There-
of.
Are a fair collection of ravens perched about on the roofs here and there, or on trees. You can hear birds. None within your direct vicinity currently.
So Samson would spend a quick minute looking around. Is there a guard nearby?
A guard?
So one of the town guard who I could talk to.
Yeah,
in the watch.
most of them are collected either on the wall, on the parapets, on the two towers, or right next to Taras, dealing with the bodies. There's not so much a town guard where they patrol the city streets. It's more like a militia that follows Taras around and is called on by
okay.
the when they need be. Otherwise, they like hang out indoors away from the cold.
Oh.
No need. There's no. There doesn't seem like a town
Yeah.
that would have a crime problem like Valaki.
Yeah. Well, just one thing I want to find out is how recent from when these people died and were buried were their corpses dug up.
From asking around, you would find out that this has been going on for the past year. With the Burgermeister's daughter being the most recent victim.
Well, sorry, what I'm getting at is are all the graves that were dug up, were they dug up shortly after they had been buried, or was there noticeable time delay?
It varied.
Buried. Okay.
Yes. The Burgermeister's daughter died like less than a month ago and was exhumed, but some of the corpses were like buried, then like 7-8 months later were exhumed, just picked. But this has been going on over the past year.
Is there any sort of noticeable pattern in like the naming of the corpses or anything like that?
The method they died at, yes. It seems that, well, for simplicity's sake, I'm gonna say no. That too seems to be unbiased, because it's not like you would note like anything beyond, may their soul rest in peace.
Yeah.
Or at least that's not a Kresh guide like tradition to do so. Nobody's gonna be like, here lies Bob. He got decapitated. Like
Yeah,
okay.
you're not gonna have a autopsy report on what killed them for each person.
I mean, with Ilya, his grave does mark now his illness is something like now that the Morning Lord walks beside him, he is ill no more, or something like that. It might have like around that area, but it doesn't seem to be like that is the telling pattern. Is what I'm saying.
Yeah,
Okay.
not enough that we could piece together a real pattern from it. Well then,
Poor Bob, he had a good head on his shoulders.
The one bias, if you're looking for a bias, the one bias that does matter is graves that have been here, and these are like long family lines. Graves that have been here for like 500 years have not been touched. Because there's no more corpse to dig up, it seems.
Do you want to... What do you want to do now? I mean, when was the last time we slept?
I was actually gonna. Well, actually, I was gonna ask, in the matter of how these graves were dug up and everything, that would take some serious time if they're put 6 feet under. So, could you detect magic? Like, had just been like, I'm gonna move all this fucking dirt, and then boom.
the issue with that is, well, I suppose I should start that up anyways if we're going to the abbot in a bit. And I can start ritual casting Detect Magic.
I thought
But the other catch you're gonna run
Detect
into
magic
is
will not
that-
help you here, and this is why.
exactly.
If you use a spell, for example, like move earth, you can move earth like you're digging with a shovel.
Yes,
You can fake it.
But by and large, you don't. Magic
doesn't leave traces behind.
Detect something that's
Okay.
holding its power.
Right, an ongoing spell.
Were I to move something with magic, there's no remnant of that magic shortly after it's been cast.
Fuck, Elias, I'm so sorry. That would be a really cool, like, homebrewed, like, time wizard spell. Recall,
yeah.
like, rewind. Oh, fuck, that would be so cool. But unfortunately, according to D&D rules, there's not really a trace that's being left by magic that I can detect after it's been cast. Because otherwise...
Right. There's no magic in the dirt. It's just a magical force.
Yeah,
From what it seems like it's been literally dug up with claws, hands, and a shovel. It doesn't.
It
doesn't seem like a neat operation. Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna see if there was any like lingering traces of something, and then just ask Elias
just
to
not
be like,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Well, you say the dirt itself is still soft, right?
The soil itself came soft and not permafrosted by a spell that's been chanted here for a long time ago. So if Elias...
So even if he detected magic, the whole fucking thing would just light up.
Yeah.
Yes. But I can, to some extent, get some read on different... If you have multiple sources of magic, then the same thing.
I'm not going to be an asshole be like, well, this overlaps this one, so it hides it. No. It's not Nistel's magic book, no. Where that's an actual magic item that does that. No. Don't worry.
I think we should probably start our way towards the Abbey. I'll try and get this going so I've got at least some eyes that will help us there.
Well, says Astrid, I don't know, I'm with Novak on this one. I personally could use some sleep.
What time is it?
It's an hour past midnight.
Oof.
Yeah.
Nothing up about that. Won't grieve.
I'm with Nadia.
Not gonna get much done
I
tonight.
mean, you guys can head up if you wish, but I am probably gonna use whatever means to get some shelter and get some sleep.
Well, I suppose that makes sense. If I just cast my eyes around the graveyard, is there somewhere where I could set up? Is there a 10-foot radius area with no graves that would be somewhere
Yeah.
I could set something up?
Obviously, there's no land for more graves. Yes,
Yeah.
I just
Well,
don't have the map for it. But yes,
What do you guys think of camping out here under my dome?
real quick,
And
Aster says,
watching
"Mighty cold.
midnight.
I'd rather camp inside."
The dome will protect that. I control temperature within the dome.
Air conditioning.
What?
Yeah,
Can you
control.
conjure sunlight within the dome, but like fake sunlight? Be like,
I can control brightness.
just
So
sets up
the
like an
atmosphere
umbrella and
inside
like a
is
beach,
comfortable,
and a beach chair.
regardless of weather outside. And I get to command if it's dimly lit or dark. So I can't make it bright, but I can make
That
it
makes sense.
dim
Yes.
light.
Man, fantasy air conditioning, fantasy Roomba.
Right.
I was thinking we can potentially use the dome. It'll be a little bit obvious that someone's here, as I can't exactly hide it, but we can at least stay watchful of this area.
You could always make it look like a mound of snow, right?
I can make it any color I want. I suppose I could make it white.
Is it opaque or is it see-through? What is this?
It can be either.
Yeah.
Either.
Cool.
Wouldn't it be a good idea? Is like anything just like higher up for the graveyard that we can look down on the graveyard? So it's like going up to the abbot, right? Like a hillside.
I think it's a sphere, so theoretically, yeah, you can make a treehouse. I think, right?
It's a hemisphere, not a sphere.
Aw, damn. That's a Humblewood item. You can make a sphere on trees, and it's like a round house thing that grows out of vines. So, okay, cool. Hemisphere. I will know.
I'm just, as much as Dimitri was very kind in his offer, I don't necessarily want to consume too much of their hospitality. And besides, I think it might be useful for us to at least be keeping some watch on the graveyard.
Up to the group.
Well, as much as I love camping out in the spooky woods and everything, a nice bed is pretty tempting. I would hate to turn down his kindness. And we are a little pressed on time, but maybe a couple people here, a couple of people there, cover more of an area.
It could work. I just get slightly concerned about splitting up, but it should be fine. It should be okay.
If it's the case that we're staying out here, you're staying out here, Samson, I will too. But if it's the case that something does happen, it's probably not going to be a good idea to engage anything if there's things here.
Agreed.
It will just have to be information gathering.
Observation only. Fully agree.
Could be the best time though. There's militia is also on guard and standby too. Creature of the night walks in, can't allow it to just roam about.
Seems to have been able to
Aster
rob
chuckles.
graves even.
What were you saying, Tom?
Yeah, I'm a creature of the night. I live in the night. The night is my domain.
Well, the morning's mine, so I'd prefer to get to bed.
Yes, let's set up camp somewhere.
Well,
Those of you
we'll
who-
need
Go ahead.
yeah, so we'll need at least one more person to stay with me and Samson outside. That way, we can kind of rotate on watching and get some sleep.
All right, but next time, a nice warm bed.
Yes. Yes.
Oh, you're
I
all
know.
sticking together. That's sweet. Okay, cool. If
Call me Prissy, but
in that case, can I get you guys to decide who's staying on watch? The night is going to be split up into 2 watches, allowing people to sleep in rotation and gain some rest as well.
I'll be in the first one, I guess.
Yeah, I can take
do
the
the
first one.
Yeah, I can do the second.
Alright,
You
I'll
can
take.
co-join as well if you want.
Yeah. I'll go first because at this point Samson is not particularly tired.
Okay.
I mean, Samson is never particularly tired.
Sure thing. We'll say, for the sake of simplicity, there's the orb. It is a 10-foot radius orb. We can say that you've placed it like underneath a tree, but enough room for whatever. Just place it wherever you want. I don't know why I'm dictating it for you, but
Yeah.
it's enough space. Are you making it see-through or not see-through?
It is not
From the
transparent
outside.
from the outside. It is not transparent.
Okay.
It is white,
Cool.
trying to match color of snow.
As you begin to kind of set up, and then the twilight light kind of correlates through your arms up the soil and forms this hemisphere, becoming completely opaque. You see several of the guards, several of the militia guards look over and go, "Oh." Some point, some chuckle, some give it like a double take, but nobody really stops you from conjuring a spell. Walking inside, you can control.
If they're within range, Samson would say, "I try staying out here and watching what happens."
Those that are carrying the bodies of the dead nod, and some of them lift like a mug of some heated drink in your direction as a thanks. Indoors, you control its temperature, and it is much, I would imagine, much warmer, much more comfortable.
Yes, it is.
The spell that's
It is
throughout the graveyard does not stop you from casting spells. Well, it doesn't really interact with it much beyond just allowing you to reshape the soil according to spell's description if it does so. You're sitting it within the graveyard wall or outside? That's important for me.
If there's a spot outside which has a good view down into the graveyard, then outside. But if
by the gate, essentially.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I suppose by the gate, I'd set it just outside the graveyard. No need to sleep on the graves of people.
Cool. So from here, then, you can see both into some of the graveyard, except like the immediate behind the wall, but I mean, like, that's just perspective. The wall is about like 10 feet high. And then you can see directly across the courtyard toward the city gates with the 2 archer towers, and in that torchlight that they have above, you can see their 2 silhouettes walking about along with everybody who's joining you. Irina, seen with her gaze still distant, is still outside staring at the flames as the rest of you begin to settle into the night, and Samson takes first watch. Does anybody want to do anything last minute before I...
Yes.
Okay.
Who's taking... Okay, so how many people are on watch total? Just one.
Samson, right?
For first watch?
Yeah.
For first watch?
I would imagine.
Well, Samson is up for the first 4 hours on watch.
Okay. Who's on second watch again?
Yeah, I can do second.
Anyone else? Cool, because I'll do second watch with Novark then too.
Okay.
I'll be with Samson.
You'll stay up with Samson?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, probably some of it, but...
Alright.
And is there a third watch?
Breakfast. That's the third watch.
Do you want do you want a third watch? You can have one. You can split your hours however you wish.
You can sleep if you want to, Elias. We don't mind.
Yeah.
I don't mind personally. We can always rotate that position out.
With Samson,
Well, I'll just try to get up early tomorrow.
With Samson requiring less sleep, you guys can have only 2. You can have a minimum of 2 watches if you so wish, instead of a minimum of 3. I just did the math. But if you want a third watch, you can have one.
Okay.
Remember, this hut is protective, so even if Sunspot didn't bang on it, they're not getting in.
Well,
Unless he did something powerful, I think.
Yes. This is enough to give us a warning and a heads up.
Alright. In that case, as the rest of you settle into your respective bedrolls, sleeping on the magically hidden ground, Samson, and Aya. I'm gonna give you guys like the first bit of the watch roleplay if you wish. Just two of you as night settles.
Oh, you seem quite taken with Lady Fiona.
I feel she's trying to bring some hope. Like, keep things still is just prolonging pain and suffering. Trying to shake stuff is a good thing sometimes.
I agree she's probably much better than anything Verkus could possibly be, but I think we should be somewhat careful of her. I don't know what her motives are, and that concerns me slightly.
Yes, but we never know the motives of anyone. And we know that Varga, Victor, hurt Stella, and she haven't raised Gilly. So she has he's calm and collect. I cannot say the same for Varga.
Yes. Yes, I think it'll be interesting. We'll have to figure out how to deal with Isaac at some point, but we can deal with that problem later. So, why did we get the wild woman that we met? You seemed insistent upon speaking with her. Were you able to get any sign of recognition out of her when you talked to her?
She only seems to make mention of Voltaia, but I couldn't understand what she was trying to express. But I found curious that she got access to magic. But not everything has access to it here.
Yes. I am surprised by the undead that we met on the road. She was feeding them and raising more. It's concerning. Hopefully there are not more of them waiting for us on the way to the winery. Hopefully the winery hasn't been overrun by them.
What worries me is that she was speaking about a blight that's coming. So
Yes.
maybe there are not only a few in that. Maybe there are a lot more of them.
Yeah, that'll be the thing we'll have to be very careful of. It might be worth trying to get something to prepare for blight and deal with it. I don't know if we have what resources we could potentially bring with us to the winery to compensate for that if a blight is on this land. But
And how are you feeling, Samson? I have noticed that you are not asleep and you walk around in the middle of the night.
this is odd, to say the least. I can't sleep anymore. At first it wasn't that bad, but it's more concerning at this. Thankfully, I have things to distract me from that problem. No sense in thinking too much about it. There are more important things to deal with. Far more important things to deal with. I think you're muted, Tom, if you were just talking.
I said, as the competition continues in this way, can I get you both to roll me perception checks, please?
Sure.
Eventually, you see Irina, by the end of the hour, having warmed her hands and finished with whatever thought she was having. She walks into your circle and looks about, saying, "This is neat. I suppose it will do." She sets her bed and goes to sleep as well. With a who rolled 16? Samson. As the conversation continues about your tasks ahead and the berserker, you look past where Rina walked into toward the gate and a little bit off toward where the guard, Taras, and the others are gathered, and you see that the guard that was guarding the berserker, lashed to the balustrade, is frankly talking to the captain, while the captain gesticulates as frankly in a "What do you mean?" kind of matter, pointing toward the still body of the berserker.
That's Samson, right?
Well, I mean, Samson sees it first,
And I would.
but it's on behalf of both of you, I guess.
Looks
Yeah.
like it looks like something's going on over there. Can we see the berserker from here?
Yes, she's in this exact same position as when you last looked at her. The snow at this point has piled almost completely over her.
Okay, so she's covered in snow, so I can't necessarily look in and try and see if she's still breathing or anything
You
like
see
that.
Taras take the butt of his halberd and poke the side of her body, and she shakes for a moment and then stomps to the other side. I'm non-responsive.
Well, I'm curious, but unfortunately, if I leave the dome, it goes down. I wouldn't want to subject everyone else to the cold and that.
Damn you, Samson, for remembering her spell.
Yeah, I'm gonna get out of the dome. I can leave it. And approach to them.
Sure. I was just imagining Samson leaving the dome, and then I do the thing where it's just and the dome dispels, and Novak will walk into the cold shiver of the wind. It's no.
Yeah.
As you walk to there, the words become more comprehensible. You can hear Taras going on about what do you mean she's dead? I don't know, sir. She didn't move since she arrived, and I thought that was just travel weakness. But one moment I turn and she's no longer breathing, like a shriveled plant she is. And indeed, kind of looking, you can see that the berserker is not moving. And upon your approach, Taras just kind of turns to you and says, "Well, whatever you did to her, she won't be making it through the night to be residing in my dungeons. I suppose another corpse to the pile."
Do you mind if I check her body?
Yeah, you can roll a medicine check if you want to see what is it you're trying to find.
I want to see first if she's faking it, and second, if she ate something, if she had some poison in her mouth.
Roll me a medicine check. Cause of death is a medicine check. She appears much weaker in physique than the last time you saw her, frail and rapidly decaying. We're talking the ends of her limbs are flaking off at this point. The skin has completely blackened and shriveled inwards in necrosis, but you can't tell how it is that it seems blood in her veins has turned to ash.
We know that the root consumes all the plants around it, right? But we haven't
You've witnessed
seen
that when Novak was inspecting it, yes.
Okay, so it's a similar effect.
I mean,
That-
imagine if a body was completely exsanguinated, drained from its blood, the blood turning into a solid powder, and just the whole entire body just shriveling into a husk. You could compare that to a shriveling, whittling plant, I suppose. Yes.
Okay. So I'll just put a flower in her and go back to the dome.
In her hair,
Yes.
as your hand
Behind
grazes
it.
her scalp, some of the hair falls away,
Oh, that's
revealing like half of her face, her mouth agape, her eyes sunken, and her eyeballs like cast downward toward the ground. When you were speaking with her, she seemed defeated, but not this bad.
yeah. She looks rotten, I guess.
From the inside out.
I'm gonna get back to the dome and
Cool.
tell what happened to the other ones. And Nadia is asleep, right, Nadia? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Don't say anything to you now.
Just, you look at Nadia and she's like not in her bedroll. You look at the graveyard and she's in like one of the coffins. Ah,
Yeah.
much better.
This is how Daddy Strahd feels.
Yeah, I can get that.
Cozy.
This. Just a little bit of
Put
like
some leather.
dirt on her, like yeah. Mm.
Well. Well, what were they talking about? Anything interesting?
Yeah.
Yeah, I pushed to talk. I was
Yeah.
talking by myself. Her body seems to be rotten, like it died days or weeks ago, or even months. Like she's turning to ash on part of her.
Interesting. We didn't do anything related to that at all, I don't think. Nothing I did should cross that.
I'm not sure if it's the source is divine or a curse, or it was the amulet we took from her.
Do you think the amulet was keeping her alive?
I think so, or it was part of a curse. They
And
lose
with
connection, they die.
maybe with that, Simpson will look over and see Nadia's wearing that amulet now, right?
Unless you,
Yes, yes.
unless
I
Nadia
think
did anything
so.
to hide it, yes.
Ah, okay. Another thing to potentially be concerned about. Hopefully it's not cursed.
I think it's better that we don't let her come apart from it, ever.
Well, that or we get more information about it. I'm sure Elias would be willing to figure out more about that item. Suppose we still have to deal with that bag of yours.
Yes.
Should ask Elias at some point to identify it. I'm very curious about what its nature was that was enough to terrify Lady Watchter.
As conversation continues, you watch Taras walk into the Burgermeister's cottage, supposedly to report the happenings. The remaining guard remain to guard the recent husk, and other guards remain on the parapet walls. Time keeps going onwards as fatigue begins to take Ea, but doesn't touch Samson.
Yeah.
I think I'll go to sleep. Are you okay? Keep going, Samson?
Yes,
In that case,
I'm fine to keep going.
as Ea settles into the night, Samson and I are going to be right back as we head into a separate channel.
Ooh.
Oh.
Can I copy Can I? Yeah, I can close the channel. Okay. Sansa, can I ask you to join me real quick in this over here? Just right over here. Hello.
Hello.
Hello, fair victim. All right.
Hi.
Samson, the calm and the quiet brings with it pensive thoughts. Thoughts of death. For you, it wasn't the end. You died and yet somehow still live. While the scars of your fatal end have long faded, and your ashen flesh and bloodless veins mark you as one touched by death, only to be spared and be born to know a new life. You have been missing my face because I did not turn on my camera. You have been suffering from a manner of discontinuity. Your mind mired and ill-equipped to deal with such a physical state. And so, once again, sleep eludes you. You find yourself sitting still, dwelling and reflecting on memories, struggling to make sense of the vague and the absent. Sensations of and visions of the past come rushing by and away. This dark, silent meditation stretches on. As darkness takes your mind, dreamless like most, you await this catatonic emptiness to carry you to dawn. Your sense of body fades, but your mind and the dark linger. Minutes, hours, days. Time loses all sense and meaning, but you're conscious of it all, and that is almost maddening. This seemingly endless stretch of time that you seem unable to express, and as the time passes, the air grows colder around you. The faint shimmer of shifting midnight blue muted in the distance is now showing before you like an endless, rippling expanse. You begin to flail about, senses returning with a drop in temperature, but there is a certain weightlessness to your limbs as you push in the space around you. Your movements feel sluggish, and the space you're in, it's not air. It's just space. Vast, empty, and cold, and full of starlight. You suddenly feel the burning pain in your lungs as your breath fights to escape you, but you hold tight, a certain reflexive instinct from a time you were still alive. You continue to swim in this void with desperation, trying to find where is up and where is down, but it's all just depth. Movement. The universe and the universal shadows dance as one, passing by with a speed that pulls you along this cosmic current. You feel yourself being jostled as celestial bodies like stars falling past fly past you and fade away, and then grow to surround you on all sides again. You find yourself toppling head over end, finally coming to rest again, suspended in the swallowing darkness. It seems to almost tighten around you, tethering you downwards. You try and fight it, but it pulls you with its increasing might down into the dark. You cough, the sound muted, and feel cold emptiness enter your body, stinging your insides. There is something deeply wrong with the void around you, as if your body is struggling to reject it all. Your wincing eyes open with the pain that clutches the interior of your chest, only to see a gargantuan mass moving through the space around you like the arms of a massive nebula closing in. You feel the pain in your chest fade as you begin to normalize your breathing. This thinner than air, but breathable all the same. You haven't felt the sensation of breathing in days. It's a strange and weirdly familiar feeling. In that moment, a spectrum of light bursts below with a shape forming, an enormous eye within the nebula. 7 distant stars shine brightly as they hover, encircling the celestial visage. The light illuminates a pale gray platform upon which your feet land.
Oh. So Samson would start up light on his hand, trying to call upon his powers to at least make sure that those still are here and available to me.
Starlight seems to concentrate within your very palm, many specks of light forming into a single orb, as an impossibly low tone rumbles through the space around you, shaking you to your core like a cosmic war horn. The eye below narrows, and it begins to kind of fade into shades of deep nebulous reds and blues. The light in your hand illuminates the object before you, a large amber sarcophagus, familiar to you once more. Ethereal shapes twist within, and the crystal brilliantly refracts the starlight in your hand.
Well, back here. Okay. Samson would also reach down into one of his belt pouches and pull out the small piece of amber that he had gotten in the Durst house. And kind of compare it to that. Okay.
At that
This is
moment,
interesting.
kind of grasping that piece, it begins to kind of tether out of your grasp toward the crystal sarcophagus, and if you let it, it begins.
Mage hand, grab it. Mage hand, grab it, and try and bring it back to me.
You succeed. As you do so, a thought enters your mind. A jumble of emotions that your brain attempts to make sense of until words congeal within your consciousness. We have been watching you, dreamer, from the day you lost your parents to the cursed ones, those driven by the madness of Saloon's light. We are here to help.
Madness of Saloon's light. Saloon's light is not madness. Saloon's light guides us and protects us. Twilight Sanctuary.
Which is?
My channel divinity.
Right. As you channel your
basically
divinity,
calling upon Saloon's light
as
to try and form a circle around me.
While usually you have to put some strain and effort in spell, here in this place it is almost second nature. As you cast spell, you feel godlike, and how easy it is to summon forth this essence of twilight. As you see the spell draw its power from the 7 stars before you and coalesce around you. The voice seems to almost chuckle in amusement within your head. Samson, fear not. We see in you a great potential, and so we already spared you from death so that you may carry on your duty and destiny. We mean you no harm here.
Thank you. I was merely showing you the light.
We are ever so familiar with it, for we have shown you ours. We have shown you our sigil. It is a symbol of power, feared by the cursed ones. You have been chosen, you see, as our champion, to brand our mark upon the weakened form of the cursed ones, so that their curse may be purged from their souls.
Purging curses is one of the things that I can do, to some extent. These cursed ones. Suppose I'm potentially missing it, but who are they? Are they people who are alive?
There are those who use our light for good, such as yourself. And then there are those who use our light to spread evil about. Your kind has come to name those Loup-garous.
Ah, I've met one. Trying to save her. Trying to protect her.
The one in your care is but a child infected by the curse. The source still stalks the land which you inhabit, and we hunger for it, starved for ages, unable to escape. We crave to cleanse it from the land.
Suppose that would be Creo.
The jumble of emotions within your head gives you an affirmative answer.
Well, I was hoping to have a conversation with him at some point about turning those who are unwilling. Conversation might get forceful. After all, I agree that needs to be stopped.
The cure is in your hand. You feel your left hand grow warm around the bandaged area where the sigil still remains, as if somebody presses a brand to it.
I will pull the bandage things that I have on it off and
You
look.
see within the encircling symbol at the very center a blazing eye of nebulous blue and red and stars and space, vast, infinite. The eye closes and the light is gone. You feel darkness and the cold completely suffuse your entire world as panic and solitude, the true quiet of your consciousness, begins to take hold. At that moment you gasp for breath once more and your eyes open. You draw one last breath of early dawn air before the grim reality of your physical being sets back in, as we take ourselves back onto the other side. Hello, we're back.
So did he survive? That's the big question.
Maybe.
Nope. Dead.
As the rest of you, I don't know what's going on here inside, but
Elias would like to say something.
yep.
Oh, would I?
I thought you wanted to bring up because you were muted.
Oh, no.
Okay.
I just discovered I was muted during the time.
The rest of you wake to morning's light and begin to look around, realizing it is dawn. Those of you who were supposed to be on second watch never awoke by Samson or Ea. And looking at Samson, you note he is in a motionless stupor, eyes distant and staring at nothing, before suddenly, with a gasp, he jumps to his feet, looking dazed and confused. Take it away.
Okay. That's not good.
The number of times I have heard that come from you, I can't begin to count.
It doesn't matter
And I'm
why I show Samson, he'll be like, that is unsettling.
Disturbing, okay? And something disturbing.
However, looking at your dry, like, pale face and everything, like, I would have, like, a general expression of, like, eyes widen and be like, what's wrong with you? Like, and I'm looking around trying to gain my focus and be like, why didn't you wake us? What happened?
Something overtook me. Night.
Something overtook,
It,
like,
this, and I'll kind of show my hand, which I will go about actually pulling the bandage off in the real world and seeing sigil.
do we have a
Did
picture
it-
of the sigil?
Did
This
it
book is
change? Did it grow or something?
Sorry, I only heard one question. Does Samson, do you have a picture of the sigil?
Possibly. I don't.
It's fine if you don't. It is
It's cool.
a half crescent, almost like a moon shape, that with the open side facing downwards, with a orb of blackness at its center, and whether it's the way his skin catches light, you're not sure if it's just sweat on skin. It seems to be kind of bedazzled with many, many, many multicolored specks of reflecting light, shaped like many, many eyes.
Well, this awoke somewhat. Good news is I apparently have more knowledge on what I need to do. Bad news is it's going to be a little bit complicated to do, but I need to meet with Creel and stop him.
The amount of vagueness that is spilling from your mouth is
It's too early in the morning.
incredible.
You need to do for what?
Yeah, now I'm generally becoming very concerned. But the mark on your hand, I mean that's a blessing, right?
Yes. It's
A
a
hesitant
blessing,
one.
a pact.
Don't mind me, I'm just rolling development overnight.
Cool.
Uvar does kind of wake up, and the first thing he does is like, he just kind of looks over at the graveyard. Has anything changed?
Thankfully, no new graves have been dug up. Actually, let's leave it to chance, shall we?
God.
I mean, I'm sorry, but
All the bodies were
Samson
gone.
did pass out. No, no new graves.
Well,
Who's Krill? Something.
He's the one who met with the hunters and caused all of this problems that we've been dealing with.
The one with
He's the leader of the wolves.
that was okay. So that was the one who carved the name into his arm, or not
Right.
him, but that hunter.
Yeah, that was the one. That was the one Liam was warning us about. Well, warning whoever would find him about.
Astrid, waking up, still kind of fuzzy, looks about and just overhearing you says, well, first of all, it's nice to see that I'm still me. That is a refreshing change. Second of all, if you know anything about the one who did this to me, you better be more specific.
Well, I've been tasked by one who kept me alive with dealing with the one who did this to you.
Dealing with it? Or are we here to cure me?
Well, you... Yes. Creel? Perhaps.
We're here to cure Kuro?
No, we're here to cure you. Kuro, we might cure. We might have to not cure.
You're so vague. I'm gonna get
down
some coffee. Who's joining me? And she gets up to her feet.
I'll join you.
Cool. She
Yeah.
just from her pack produced a few culinary pots and stuff, a few ground beans, some water from her flask beans to make coffee above the brazier. Like her hair's all fuzzed up, looking at you like, I don't know what you're talking about, man, but okay.
This one's fucking high.
Yeah.
Still tripping balls from last night.
Praise the morning lord, patron of coffee.
Did we lose any bodies?
Samson,
Yeah.
no, thankfully, no. But Samson, from now on, during what we're all, if you're staying up for 8 hours during watch or whatever, so you can sleep or whatever, someone's staying up with you. Because if that
Yes.
shit happens and something bad happens, then we're all kind of screwed.
Somebody did stay
Yes.
up with them. They just went nappy.
I just noticed something. Hold on. This is opaque, right? We can see through this?
What is
Yes.
opaque?
The
bubble.
dome.
Yes.
You can see out of the dome. You cannot see into the dome.
Okay. I'm looking out. It may be, well, if I can see this or not. Or, okay. There's blood on the towers.
There's blood on towers.
I'm looking
guard-
directly at Samson and with a finger pointed. What the fuck happened?
I don't know. I was
I'm
taken out
confused.
not that long after I went to sleep. I'm surprised because I haven't been able to sleep in days since this happened to me. And now, and that would have been very useful,
For those
I
of you
get called up
confused,
for a vision.
looking up at the towers where 2 scouts have been placed the night just before, now they're absent, and indeed, with Nadia's visions and her pointing it out, you can see that there are like blood streaks along both towers, where somebody has been dragged away. Looking at about the courtyard, Toras is gone elsewhere. The remaining guards are slumped. One of them is still standing, slumped against his halberd, and he seems to be like asleep, standing up. The other one has like fallen like to his knees and to his buttocks, and is leaning backwards, and just you can hear like snoring from over here.
Well, that's interesting.
Not good.
Say it.
Yeah, I'm gonna kill him! I'm gonna put the manacles on Samson, and I swear to God.
Yeah. Well,
It's like the
So-
Han Solo, like, I have a bad feeling about this, but like it's Samson, like, that's concerning.
I-
oh yes.
I'm telling you, by the end of this, we are going to make a T-shirt with a picture of Samson on saying that's not good.
Yep. Well then,
Okay.
do we check out the guard? What happened to the guards last night, or do we head to the abbot first thing?
Sure, they're fine.
Wake up.
Oh, guys.
I'm getting worried.
There's dead guards, but hey, let's just go check out the abbot real quick. Don't mind them.
I feel like
They're
if
fine.
I woke up Samson and I placed a decapitated head on a spike in front of him, he'd be like, "That's not good." Anyway, let's go see God.
Yep.
We
I'm
need to get
getting worried.
Yep. To some extent, Samson's wondering if we should get involved directly in that now, given that we were, in theory, observing everything last night, and
Oh no! Technically,
did
we were
not
looking
succeed.
north. We were looking
yes,
north.
we
You
were
were
we were
observing
looking at the
everything
graveyard.
for like a solid 3-4 hours. Aya went to bed. You passed the fuck out, and then 4 hours of that were like unaccounted for.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, hands down, I think we should alarm someone because we're the newest ones into town. People are missing from the graves, and then now we have
Oh.
2 dead guards. We're gonna look major suspicious unless we bring it up first.
Yeah.
Oh, I
agree.
thought people had already noticed that the guards were missing.
No.
He said they were still sleeping. against
Exactly.
their will.
Everything in the courtyard stuff, you guys seems to be like
Oh.
slumped unconscious.
Oh yeah,
Is
no,
there-
I thought that they had already noticed this.
Is there No, I'm sorry. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Well, then yeah, we should definitely let people know and do a little bit of checking things out.
Yeah, I think we should check first. No?
You
Is there like a bell for like an alarm?
I can use traumatology.
Like something that you would like
The
ring,
The
like
only bell you've heard entering this town is the one at the belfry of the Abbey. The Abbey.
Fuck.
Um,
They don't have one like on the guard towers to signal like, oh hey, there's a threat, an
no,
intruder.
they usually will just call out.
What? We gotta teach these boys some
Yeah,
guard drills.
It's not even an army; it's a militia. It's just
I know.
it's farmers and it's like peak raisers and turnip growers that were given weapons.
Yeah. Well, I suppose we can do this, and Samson will cast Word of Radiance, which is a burst of radiant energy around him, which I don't know if that is going to be visible or not. I would assume that it's at least somewhat visible, but not.
It's like divine
doesn't make
word.
sound.
It's like divine word. It only makes sound. Is what I'm saying.
It only makes sound.
Link it in chat. Actually, I don't want to speak out of my ass.
Because
just gonna
wrong button.
That's
That
fine.
one.
It's
Right, you got a word and burning radiance erupts from you.
You lift the whole symbol and say like Jesus compels you. That's essentially what it does. There's no light to it.
No light to it. Okay, well.
What do you want to do?
Nova just
We're
actually
pretty
just
much
kind of shrugs and just says, or we can just do this, and he just kind of walks down, goes there, this one goes, oi!
I wasn't sleeping.
But Nova, where is the magic, bro? We need magic.
What? What do you want?
Well, there's a bit of an issue, and he just kind of points up. While you were sleeping, something happened.
Oh God. Oh no. That's Ermin. Ermin's missing. Oh, and Gamov. Oh, we have to tell people. Where's everybody else? And he gets up on his feet, and I mean, if you let him, he'll run a line to like the others.
Yeah, he'll just let him.
You just see him panically start to like run in a serpentine toward the others, sleeping on like a sheet of ice, and
So-
yeah.
After about a minute of Novark walking over there and shaking him, Simpson will go, oh. I would reach into his belt pouch, pull out a signal whistle, and blast a whistle on it.
Within a few seconds, people begin to rouse about, curious to see what's going on. The guards to the western side of the tower to rouse. You can hear the bark of a very heavy-set dog as it too gets woken up. Seems that whatever has put people to sleep has affected both man and animal. They gather around, looking about. Some of them make their way up the parapets, investigating. You can see one of the guards going into the towers, and a moment later he comes out and just goes, "It's just gone. There's nothing left of him. Whole body." And more gather. Eventually, Taras himself steps out of the Burgermeister's cottage. You can see that he is freshly putting on his coat and cloak, and sheathing his sword, tying the belt as he walks across the courtyard, kind of walking around, asking what's going on, and eventually getting a report as he looks up at him and says, "No more guards are wrong parapets until I give a second command." As he begins to kind of gather people for an investigation. And slowly you begin to see more guards kind of climb off the parapets as more of them spread around the perimeter, waking up their fellow companions and rousing them and making them step down from the palisade and into the city town.
God, I can't help get the feeling, but feel like we're cursed or something. Everywhere we go, it's just shit just trails behind us.
All of you notice
It's
that the
this
berserker is gone. Her body's gone.
Well. Okay.
Where's the lady?
Maria.
The lady.
I was distracted with Samson begging. But last night the berserker seems to perish. It was like turning to ash. I believe it's something related with the amulet you are using at the moment.
Oh, if it were me,
you should not leave it. Keep it with you always.
Yeah,
Well-
be very careful of that. The Berserker didn't survive after not having it anymore, so hopefully it's not cursed and affecting you, but at this point, you've already put it on.
Well, it wasn't instant, was it?
It's not instant, it was timed as time after it was taken.
Then it might be worth running an experiment. See if you can keep away from the necklace. If you start feeling weaker, let us know.
Well, of course I would let you know of my own health. Unlike Samson, being vague as shit this morning. But that lady was a berserker of the woods. She's crazy. I don't know who Gulthias was or anything. Who knows what else she got into. We've also used magic items that have come from bad places. And I'm pointing to the ring that Samson has.
Ring.
Yeah, the Samson, that was
I
also
know.
used for dark magic and everything too. I have this. This is only to strengthen me and our cause.
I understand. I'm not concerned about you using it right now. I'm concerned about you getting rid of it after having used it until we know that you won't suffer the same fate as the Berserker. I'm concerned that it drew the Berserker's life force and became some type of symbiote.
The thing is, right, it's probably going to be very tough to tell his cause. Either look at, she's probably been out here for God knows how long. That could be been like over decades. Who knows?
As Novak is talking, Novak, you feel something warm touch your hands as Astrid is handing you a cup of coffee. Yeah. Busy morning we're having. Wasn't me.
Right, always.
I can guarantee you that.
As far as me, I feel no difference. I mean, it's hard to say, but
You do feel a difference, though, Nadia.
I do.
You feel an itch on your chest.
I'll grab it and just kind of like...
You grab at it.
Yeah.
It tags at your flesh.
Say again?
It tugs at your flesh.
It's how I want to word this. I'm trying to think. Within this, it's hard to say. Like that ring that gives you the power to store spells and everything. That cloak that we found provides Aya with armor. This, it's just like enhancing. It's just a slight little bump to what the powers that I have already innately within inside me. I'm just trying to like basically just say like I'm just getting like a small boost to my power.
Yes.
I don't have a doubt that it's helping you to be more powerful. The Berserker was controlling on that with it. But I'm worried that what will happen if you get separate. That's the only thing that worries me.
As long as she has it on, that doesn't really matter, does it?
Right. And so I think we can go forwards with you keeping it and continuing to use it. Just be careful if you choose to put it down at some point. Make sure that you've got people around to help if things go wrong.
I'm not sure that's such a good idea. If you leave it on, the curse might get stronger.
Well, I suppose...
Well, we're assuming that there's a curse on this. I still have yet to feel any of those effects.
Yes. Well... well then.
This morning came with everything, okay? Samson, weirdness, and the curse.
Yeah. Huh. Okay. So... I suppose we should probably offer to help figure out what happened to the guards. I'm just concerned about getting more things on our plate to deal with at the moment. Might be worth going Might be worth heading up to the towers, seeing if we can't see anything from there.
Just remember, don't. If they don't want you to go up there, don't go up there. Don't step on their toes.
Yeah.
Yes. You see more
Okay.
guards shuffling about. You note that they make their treading onto fresh snow, but they have not yet uncovered a drag mark that has worked itself from here, and where the berserker was, around and up the stairs. And as Samson, as you make your way, because they allow you to, if you should make your way up to the parapets, you see the drag mark ends about here, where there are multiple ballistas, and then disappears over the wall.
Well then. That's interesting. Novark.
Ew.
Go.
Novar makes his way up. What up?
Well, it looks like something was dragged up here from where the berserker was. I can't make heads or tails if it was someone dragging the berserker or if the berserker's dead body dragged itself. I was hoping
You can try.
you might have some hope at that.
I was
Over
describing
goes-
it obvious. You can try it. Just saying.
Novar
Oh, I'm
goes back down
fully
to the
aware of
bottom
that.
just to look at the area where it was, and just to see if there's still drag marks, because I'm guessing it's been snowing all night still. But just trying to see if there's fresh enough tracks that just
There
show
are.
it's been like there are.
There are
Yeah.
they're semi-covered, but the snow has dissipated a little bit, enough to eventually be covered up, but they're still fresh enough to tell. Perhaps this has happened close to dawn. Along with the drag marks is the tracks of a bipedal creature on hooves.
I knew it.
The pacing of them, however, is not that of like a 5 to 6 foot humanoid, more like a 10 to 15 foot creature, just from sheer gap between the strides. Either it was running really fast, or that's just its default stride length due to height.
Having an inkling of what it is, but it's one. Nah.
You can say
I'm
it.
just-
If your character would know, you can say it.
Well, it's just with the who's the size of strides, 10 foot. He's just thinking at first, like without checking in there more, he's just thinking centaur-like creature.
Problem. Though I did say bipedal, not quadrupedal. But
Alright.
yes. Same kind of hoof monster.
Yeah.
Almost. Less equine, more cervine. Two-toed with like two smaller toes on the back. Like a pig or a deer or an elk.
Yeah. So. Yeah. So it's basically like a deer-like creature that's done this. Can't remember the name of it. But
For the sake of expediency, both you and Samson can roll me further investigation checks if you wish to investigate the tower or towers. And anybody else can push it as well.
Yes. Okay then. Let's do this.
nope.
Guiding,
Please guide.
guiding yourself as you describe how you guide yourself.
Well then, I could use a little bit of help on this. Still shaken. This is not going well. I'll tap myself on the shoulder, channeling Saloon's light into me to try and
You're praying to Saloon.
recover a little bit from shock.
You're praying to Saloon.
Yes.
For the briefest of moments, the sky itself, at least from your perspective, turns pitch dark, starlit. All light seems to dim, except for a few traces along the tower. Blood marks, track marks, and then reality sets back in. Daylight, or as it is in Barovia, returns. You find more of those track marks, as if the beast has first leaped past the parapet spikes at the front of the wall, onto the wall, climbed up the wall onto the tower, grabbed, killed, did something around that area, and then maneuvered down with several leaps, down parapets. This thing grabbed the berserker's body, or perhaps animated it in some way, making it mobile, and made its way back to where you are now standing, and leapt. And from where you can stand, thanks to that prey, you can see now through the trees the few marks where it has just galloped away. On all fours, the hind legs that of deer, the forearms that of a giant humanoid beast, clawed.
Well, it looks like it went that way. And it looks like it can jump safely from the tower down to the ground.
And just to be specific, that way would be down the parapets and then up the side of the city from the western side, walking its way northward. Not directly south, but turning northward.
I'm trying to remember geography of Kresk.
If I were to be more specific, yes, I understand.
Northward going towards the Abbey, or?
So if you are standing here, currently, it made its way down here, and then it seems to disappear around this corner, heading northward.
Okay, so it's going in the other direction as if it than if it was heading to the Abbey.
Yes,
the other way around the city.
This thing was heading not directly toward the Abbey.
Yeah. Okay.
The Abbey's to the right, right?
The Abbey
I
is
mean,
this
in
Abbey.
this
I'll actually go ahead and label it on this map so we're clear on that. There you go.
Ah, okay, perfect.
Wow. Those. So I'll point out the tracks to Novark. At least. Say, well, it went that way. Looks like it has humanoid hands, if big.
So you think it was this moral eater creature that they've been worried about?
I would hope so. Otherwise, they've got two creatures that are attacking the city instead of one. And I'd rather have just a single problem to deal with than two problems to deal with.
As well, I've seen in Barovia, that wouldn't surprise me right now.
Agreed. Well then, we should probably get back to the rest of the group. At least tell them the information.
Yeah.
What do you think? Do you think we could track it if we came back at a later point?
Probably, absolutely no chance. Like, the tracks will be completely covered by then.
Of course. Of course.
The only thing we could possibly do is when we do come back is we'll need to do one of these scout things that we've been doing, kind of like there, but kind of do it outside the wall. Up north where they say it's sighted most, I guess.
And this time I need to not fall asleep.
No, this time you'll have someone with you no matter what.
Can I do something real quick so it's fair for the others? Who called second watch?
I did. And Novark.
Yeah, me. Yeah.
It wasn't Elias, was it?
No.
No.
Elias just sleeping like the old man he is. Nadia and Novark. Would your characters wake up all by their own to, like, any noise throughout the night? Or would you say you just slept through the night? If you're not.
No, Novark would wake up. He's lived in the woods. He hears a noise. He would be snapping out just in case something was prowling on him.
If it was like something muffled, unless it's like something like actually like thunderous or like stepping with a hard step, like tremors underneath it. I don't know. I'm not gonna say I'm the heaviest sleeper, but probably not.
I'm gonna let you both rule me in hindsight, like disadvantageous perception checks. To see if perhaps something comes to mind now that you thought was but a dream through your half slumbered minds.
Just a perception.
Just a perception. I'll take like the lowest roll because you were like half asleep. Okay, well, can't say I didn't try. Okay, fair enough.
That's cool.
That's fine.
Yeah.
You were not woke up.
Well,
That's it. Okay.
well, it looks like whatever took the guards headed off the north of the city and is quite capable of jumping. It jumped off of the walls down to the ground without any apparent trouble.
One thing we do know, it wasn't the berserker. It wasn't the creepy bitch.
And do you know if they're alive?
The guards?
Yes, they are.
No bodies were found.
Yeah, there are no bodies. Just out of curiosity, the amount of blood that I saw up there, would that give me any indication of...
It's not
it's not
100%
sufficient
lethal.
to tell me that it's lethal.
It's not like they exploded. It's more like a spray of blood from an injury. And there's a few trickles along the tracks and such, but it's not a lethal amount in either tower.
They could be. They could certainly still be alive. Well, do we want to try and ingratiate ourselves to the people of Kreshk more and give chase while we still have some hope of tracking this thing? I know it's getting more things on our plate to deal with.
I think that if there is a chance that they're alive, we should try to take it. The abbey is here. It's not going anywhere.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, as much as I wanted to explore the Abbey, urgency must dictate that, well, we should help out here.
Okay.
Although for Astrid and Irina, I think they should stay here. Because Irina can keep an eye on Astrid, and don't you have to do your thing that you help with Astrid?
Yep. And I will go up to Astrid and again cast Remove Curse. This time through my hand with the sigil. Deliberately. So that's the hand I place on her when I cast.
Almost effortless. So much so, Samson, that you can go ahead and keep that third level spell slot. As if you are but a conduit, and the spell is not cast by you, but rather through you.
Huh.
Astrid just goes,
That's
yeah, what's up? Oh, thank you. I appreciate it. Probably should be more subtle about this, but okay. Are we heading up?
Perhaps.
I'm more than excited to meet the abbot.
I think we're
Or
trying
what's
to
left
try
of
and...
them.
Yeah. I think we want to try and save... You saw that the guards that got taken last night. We have live tracks on whatever took them.
You figure if they were recoverable, maybe some of the guards would go after them, no?
Maybe.
I'm just saying. That was...
But on the other hand, they seem very, very reluctant to leave the city.
Well, maybe there's a reason for that.
Right. Yes, it is dangerous out there. But
I'll tell you what, you go ahead and pursue that, if you wish. I have no intent of risking my life for people I barely know.
Oh.
And I'd rather get rid of this curse as soon as possible. So I'll head up, and I will perhaps see you when you return.
okay. Be careful.
I won't.
The burgomaster here was slightly off-put by the abbot. So he doesn't... It's not much is known of him, and he's apparently not fully part of this town. So, just be a little bit cautious. Don't get yourself...
Cool, Samson. Vague as
Okay.
ever. I'm sure he's everything like Father Lucian. If not, well, I'm sure I can handle some old man in robes.
Yes. sure
I'm
you
gonna have to
can.
get a Samson decipher book to flip to page 36 on this. Be like, okay, he said this. I think it means that.
Be
He's
careful, there's a
hungry.
danger. What kind of danger? You know, the dangerous kind.
Dangerous, dangerous, danger. Okay, page 57. Okay.
Yep.
We're fucked.
The pages
Yes.
are blank. We haven't gotten that far.
Yep. I mean, this is what I do. I mean, this is how you do what wise sayings. You just confuse everyone else
As
by saying just enough
I guess.
to be right.
He's an agent of Strahd. Get him.
Well, honestly, I have my doubts, okay, at the moment.
Well then, are we gonna go after whenever Beast took the guards?
Lead the way.
Yep.
Yeah, you walk up front.
Yeah.
Hey guys, saw this beast at night. It went this way. Let me lead you to it. Oh, and by the way, all this stuff happened with me. It's like, oh, he's gonna lead us into a trap.
Yep.
What do you do?
Before we go, actually, Norbert, you go first. I'll go last.
Oh no, when you go.
So I actually just wanted to say real quick before we do head off, is there like a tannery or anything? Because I actually want to pick up a water skin.
Sure. We'll expedite
Okay.
that. I don't have like a role playable NPC, frankly. But
Yeah,
you can-
yeah, I didn't
For the price, you could probably find one around this town. Whether be, oh, actually, no, I lie. I do have something prepared for this. They don't deal in money in this town, except for the Burgermeister deals directly with Valaki. But I won't be an asshole about it because of water skin. So I'm gonna say the Burgermeister has one handy. Yeah, delivered from Valaki. Fuck it, whatever. Trade.
I mean, as I see that, Simpson will hand you one because Simpson has two.
Thank you, Samson, for simplifying my town.
Okay, I want to speak with Tara.
Joe, he's over there. He has assembled a squadron. All the guards who were along the parapets, he makes sure that he has accounted for all of them except for those who were missing. And you can see by his face that, by the disappointment on his face, that they're not all accounted for.
We found a lead. We're moving on it. Can you spare some guards? We can bring your guys alive if they're.
Oh no, are you chasing that thing? No, I'm not sparing a single one of my men. That thing probably tore apart through Gamoth and Ermin. Any others, I only hope the others are somewhere in a tavern getting drunk off their ass, but I'm not sparing any more men. They'll simply die. And I advise you to do the same. Leave this thing be. And we'll see what we can do to fortify our defenses so this doesn't happen again.
I'm pretty sure we can beat it. We have beaten Warsaw before. It is only one monster.
Well, I told you once, I told you before, and I tell you again. I am concerned with the well-being of my people, but I frankly don't give two shits about you and your ilk. So, if you wish to pursue the thing, knock yourself out. He is not willing to give up his men.
Okay, he's afraid. I mean, by his look, he's afraid. He's just stubborn. What?
There are men under his charge, and he simply does not want to waste their lives. He knows very well that should they face this thing, they'll simply die. These, again, are not soldiers. These are farmers, turnip growers, pig raisers.
Yeah,
These
you're right.
are just
Yeah,
average
they're not
people
soldiers.
with weapons in their hands who are just here to help maintain a sense of law. A militia of sorts. They're not.
Yeah, you're right. I forgot that.
Mhm.
Oh, I'll go back to the party.
It's a good attempt, but just logically, you just won't.
Yeah, I forgot that they are peasants with spears.
Essentially. They can fight, but not this thing.
I was
As
hoping
you
to get some shield.
walk away, can you roll me persuasion real quick?
Sure.
Yeah. As you talk to Taras, you note one of the scouts. young boy. He appears to be like 14, maybe 15 years old, with a ponytail kind of woven down the back of his head, and a bow slung over his shoulders, and really thick fur clothes that are kind of lined with wolf's white fur and tan leather and stuff. Turns his head for just a brief moment to look at you as you walk away, and he seems to want to say something, but then just catches himself and shakes his head and returns to listen to his commander, talking about this boy over yonder.
I'll just wave at him with my head. Hasn't touched it.
I mean, he takes notice of you, your words, but seems kind of reluctant to leave Taras's side as Taras continues to instruct his men and kind of gather and head count and do his thing.
Okay, perfect.
Shall we get going?
Yes.
Does anybody need a break at this time?
Okay.
I'm good.
Good.
Yeah,
I'm okay.
Yeah.
Give me a quick moment.
By the way, Dome should have dropped the moment I walked out of it.
Okay. Just give me a quick moment. Where do you guys head from here?
Well,
I'm
so-
guessing we're gonna follow the tracks, right?
Yeah, so we exit from here and then we head towards West Nova because we can try and find the moment for the tracks that was indicated and try and follow it.
Sure thing. Go ahead and roll me a survival check as you are attempting to track through the snow. It's going to be the C15 through the snow as they begin to slowly disappear, but fresh enough. Not even a problem. You make it as far as around the wall, keeping going up northward and northward until the tracks kind of part away from the palisade wall, downwards down the hill toward the wood's edge. And from here, things become a little bit more difficult. Thankfully, you rolled a 24 survival, so it beats the 3c20. You head into the woods, into Wolfrun woods, as they seem to be called. Connell kind of by your side, sniffing about, helping you with that 24 total, as I will load the map as soon as it loads into Roll20. Bear with me.
Sure.
Now that we're
Well, we're walking.
away from the
are
city, I
there-
suppose I should give a little bit more
Do that.
about what's happening. I was trying to keep things a little quiet in the city because I don't necessarily want to tell everyone that what happened to me and the fact that I came back from the dead. But as part of me coming back from the dead, the June made some type of pact with me, and part of that is putting a stop to those who uses powers that are at least related to him incorrectly. Creel is one of those, and he calls them the cursed ones. The wolves that are like Creel. He's more than just a werewolf. It's a more powerful kind. It takes more to stop them than a normal wolf. Even a normal werewolf. It's the reason I was a little quiet in town. I didn't necessarily want everyone in town to know that I have died and come back.
Do you think that we're tracking Cyril?
Doubtful. It would be a wolf of some form if he became in beast form. This thing has hoofs. I'm not a animal expert, but
Seems more.
I do know
deer-like.
wolves. I know wolves. And I know werewolves. And those aren't werewolf tracks.
It's more like a deer.
But we are entering Creel's territory. The Wolf Woods. So we should be a little careful.
Well, we're
If
walking.
any questions you had had.
Yeah, I'm actually just thinking of what I wanted to ask. Fuck. Now I'm like blanking out. So Okay, hold on. Who was the one that you said you had made the pact with? The one who was using the powers wrong?
Well, I didn't make the pact with the one who was using the powers wrong. I had a pact with Zadoon, an
Okay.
outer being of some sort. Others have powers that are tied to him in his area, and use their powers wrong.
So, hold on just a second. Did the werewolf stuff happen the session I wasn't here?
Yes.
So, I'm sorry. Did you just say a werewolf lives in these woods?
More than one.
More than one. A full pack. And concerningly, a pack that doesn't seem to care about controlling and containing beasts. So, dangerous. Something I need to deal with as part of my order.
You might be living the rest of your life here in Barovia. It's nothing but murder and mayhem.
This whole process of dealing with werewolves is much more complicated here in Barovia. Were we in Faerun, if this whole thing would be much easier, as I would merely call additional members of my order to help resolve this quickly and without external risk and casualty.
So I actually do want to touch back on something. As there's a little bit of distance probably between us from just walking and everything.
Between you
Yeah, me and Samson. Sorry.
oh, okay.
I'm trying to say how I wanted to word this. So, without a doubt, like your spirit was leaving your body to pass on to another realm, but your god Selûne, with divine intervention, reached out and kept you here on the material plane.
Not quite, but Zadoon kept me on this material plane, not Selûne.
Okay, I heard those names wrong.
But
Remember that.
yes, I was.
Remember that you heard those names wrong.
Yeah, I'm writing it down.
Yes, I was most definitely dead. And then I was brought back. And now I'm like this and can't sleep.
Let me know when you want me to keep going. I like this. RP, I just don't want to interrupt it.
Yeah. Well, if I had heard that wrong, I'm kind of thinking, like, reaching into the back of my mind, I'm like, wait, Selûne, he said Saydune. Now I'm was a little bit confused about that. Your god name was Selûne. That I've understood for a while. But now you said Saydune. Is this another...
Or Zadoon.
Is that...
He's an... I don't know much about. It's an outer being.
But that has no tie to your faith.
No. Although...
I want to fucking insight check that, but...
The way interparty
I know.
insight checks work, I'm saying, the way interparty insight check works is you roll, and then Samson tells you if that's high enough to feed now. He makes the DC.
I don't know, I mean, I would... With everything happening from this morning, and just speaking in tongues and shit, like, I don't know, I feel like I would just kind of question.
Yeah, go ahead.
What am I rolling?
Are you rolling dice on the table?
Oh, no, I moved my pen, sorry.
Oh, that sounds like a dice falling, like, bruh.
No, hold on. Where the fuck is my insight?
That's rude.
Meanwhile, Novik standing there in front of a corpse, like,
guys?
Just kind of waiting.
Yeah. Yeah.
I didn't notice.
Well-
I-
I will tell you with that, Simpson is being completely honest.
Okay.
Zaydun and Saloon are not connected
As far as Samson understands.
as far as Samson is aware.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, then I'll believe it. The name sounded familiar, and okay.
Just remember that it's good to have doubts, because that is how I develop plot.
Yeah, like Rictamio.
Anything else?
Um,
I heard that. I don't know what it meant, but I heard that.
no. I don't think I would have anything else. I mean, it's definitely more to speak about, like when we are not doing.
No,
in
I
the middle
absolutely
of
agree.
something.
But anyways, Novak, you find a dead body.
Yeah. No, don't want to interrupt your conversation, but nothing the body.
It's
Ah.
fresh?
The blood.
Question mark? Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to say. Is it fresh? Does the blood look like it's dried? And
It looks like a fresh kill. This body looks like it's been torn by a wolf pack, but there are no wolf paw marks.
Uh-oh.
The only prints are the same ones, blood drenched, sunken into the snow. Cervine, 2 claws at the front and 2 smaller ones at the back.
does it look like one of the guards, like in their kind of get up?
From the torn, tattered, not so much a uniform, but you can tell it's a guard from the torn clothes that bear a patch of the Kreshkite crest at the front, and from like a broken spearhead still clutched in this fighty man's palms. It is too caked in blood, but not red, more brackish, ghoulish, like black blood just cakes the blade as if he desperately tried to, in his last moments, stab at something before it was just torn apart. His legs are missing, eaten away, gnawed away, and the tracks lead further north.
No, at the very least, it looks like he got some type of hit in on whatever it is that took him. How far from town are we at this point?
You are... I have the measurement, just give me a moment. You are about...
Even in terms of time, not distance necessarily.
half an hour.
Like,
half an hour into the woods, yeah.
Okay.
Can we see like any reason why it will leave the body here? Like he ate it, something got in his way. Something
Often
like that.
carrion is left for other scavengers to feast upon once the main predator is done with its meal.
Okay,
Yeah, it's
we finish it.
similar to all wild beasts. It's like the strong feed before the weak. Yeah. Well, if we have a chance, we can collect the body on the way back. But for right now, nothing we can do.
Yeah. Agreed.
I actually forgot the broom is still with us. Or did we leave him back in Kresk?
It's
That
still,
boy gone.
It's
I
still
took it
with
with
you.
me.
It was with you on the road, so technically it's just in the background. I'm not putting it. It's token on the map,
I-
but it's with you.
Sure.
Well,
Just
I suppose
something.
we left it with Gus and Francis.
Sure, it's
I
in
mean,
the car.
that's the easy
Right.
solution.
There you go.
It's in my backpack. Don't worry, guys.
The whole thing.
Speaking of which, we need to find a backpack of holding or buy one.
Another one. Yes.
Yes, another one. We need to find. We had a chance at something that did something similar to that, but we were scared.
Yeah. Not anymore. Well.
All right. Well, where now?
Keep it north, just watch your surroundings, keep an eye on the trees, because we know this thing can climb.
It is a very good instinct, for Connell is growling. Something watches from afar. Something stalks you in the distance, through the trees. Something enormous is approaching. Something tall, gaunt, with a deer head for a head, a deer's skull rather, and in its where its pupils should be are two glowing red orbs. And it's heading this way.
From
my
the
God.
north, south.
Get your wits about you. Do we know the general direction it's coming from? Or
North.
Oh, my Tybris, are we doing this early in the morning? Are we ready for this?
ready as we can be. But right now,
You can see this thing coming, but it can see you. I would ask everybody to roll me initiative.
Whoop, boy.
It's a... What do they call them? Jackal? No.
Cavadors.
Leshy, or also known as Wendigos.
Yeah, Wendigo.
Yes, Wendigo.
That's what I was thinking of.
There's this
Horrifying.
horrifying, meandering thing approaches closer. You can see several
You need
figures
to help.
leaping
You
through the
need to help
branches.
us in order.
So we have that, and then
Holy
because
crap,
of
I actually got
Caitlyn's
behind
blessing,
initiative.
How
Amazing.
many things are we looking at?
Just one figure, and then one or two or three, you're not sure. Several other figures leaping through the branches. From one branch to the other, from one tree to the other.
Oh my god.
At like inhuman speed. In very sharp motion. Sometimes mid-leap, they seem to like dissipate into like a fluff of snow and then recoalesce on near a branch and leap furthermore. And this thing all the while is just meandering towards you. Slowly making its way as close as where it's at before we essentially enter combat as it howls onto the morning air. Alrighty then. Do we have any ties?
This song is perfect for this moment right now, by the way.
Yeah, it's building so well.
Yeah.
yeah,
I rolled 20 for the thing. Ooh, join me!
No!
you also don't have Irina on there.
I do not. You are
I think that's
correct.
why. Irina is in the
You have
back.
two Irinas.
No, Irina is south
Irina
of
is in
me.
the back, you are correct.
Yes, don't kill her like that, please.
She rolled a 4 and a 2, so she is in the back. Alright then. With that, you hear it kind of maw, drenched in very recent blood, just dripping from the fur around its teeth. It opens its maw and, with a howl, seems to be taken by the wind. As the wind kind of works from behind to the front, it dissipates into a fluff of snow, turning into mist. As how far does it go? 30 feet? As it just apparates forward, rematerializing, and then dropping on all fours, and just... Yeah, that makes sense. As it just maneuvers its way toward Connell and just leaps toward him, claws extended. Connell, does a 15 or a 19 hit him?
What else he's just trying to. The 19 does, the 15 doesn't.
As it attempts to clutch at him, Connell leaps away at the last moment, but not before it can like bite at one of its legs and just rips it out, dealing 11 piercing damage. With that, Samson, you may react.
Okay. So. 30.
What's your passive perception, Samson?
22.
22 passive?
Yeah.
Gross. All right, cool. You see through the trees over yonder. These two are also maneuvering their way forward.
Yeah. So, step first.
No.
We're dropping Pride Sanctuary.
Okay. I'll go ahead and you already did it. Awesome.
Yep.
I'll go ahead and just make it darker for my own sake. Thank you.
Okay. And then let's see if I go. We'll go to there.
Are we using diagonals for? What?
Moving around.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so I'm gonna just move to there, kind of centralize myself a little bit. And actually, since we rested, everyone has lost the temporary hit points if they had them from last time.
Word.
So that's action, movement, so bonus action. This looks bad. Spiritual weapon at second level, right on top of the big guy. I don't know where's. Let me go find the token.
I got it.
For my spiritual
Unless
weapon.
I'll make a token for you later on.
Moon mallet.
Moon mallet. Well, moon bludgeoning orb.
Moon bludger.
Yeah.
Moon bludger.
It is under your control in 3, 2, 1. What do you want?
Okay. I want it right there.
Awesome.
And it's gonna spin around. It's gonna be basically spinning around his head and try and knock into the side of it.
And it does. As it seems to be distracted by ripping Connell apart, it turns its maw and gets it in the jaw, knocking a few teeth loose as you deal 7 force damage to it. Effectively.
Yeah.
Novark.
Yeah. Novar's just going to step back a bit, just get a little bit more range into it. About here. Fire crossbow.
Loading, the cylinder rotates in position, locks, and the arrow flies through, hitting the thing straight square in the chest for 4 piercing damage.
And another one.
Damn.
Did you silver them?
Well, he doesn't necessarily know if these would silver with or not. If he's normal for now,
As each arrow pierces through the target, it just takes at them and angrily rips them apart, and you begin to see that the wounds slowly begin to kind of close up, not completely, but and
I'll
just
just say
screams at
normal
you.
because he didn't know.
Yeah. Yeah.
Connell just kind of moves down next to Samson, and he's going to go for all 12.
All right. Maul for
Yes,
12 does
I
not, as they lock jaw and claw into one another,
Yeah.
it just pries them aside.
But by the way, Connell first and Novark second for temporary hit points from Sanctuary.
And that will be the end of my turn.
Okay. With that,
All
Elias.
right. Take one guess at what I'm gonna do.
Bless.
You're gonna punch him as an improvised weapon.
With my weapon
You
minus
must
2
be. You must be the.
I punch and heal him.
You must be the Belmont.
Yes.
Nope. I'm
Oh,
going
that's
to-
sweet.
Oh, that is cool.
Yes, Daddy-like.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Just gonna call out, since this is still the morning, right?
What is the warning?
Oh, I'm sorry, the morning. Morning
yes,
time.
this is still morning time. Yes.
Yeah.
These are just warning
Alright.
shots, right, VM?
It's a warning shot. All right. Blessings of Labalas be upon you all. And cast Bless at 3rd level.
Time seems to move strange as the snow begins to flutter ever so slowly, trailing behind, as you are given a greater chance at success. Blinking in and out.
So-
Yep.
Who is that blessed hit?
Yeah,
I'm
so-
going to say I can bless 5 people. So
So the Wendigo.
Yeah,
All
the
5
Wendigo
bullets.
and the
And the minions.
Yeah. Which, by the way, Samson would have shouted out, there are more of them over there.
Yeah.
I forgot to.
I do it on behalf of the entire group.
Anything.
One of the
Yeah.
spots that kind of implied. Why would you keep it to yourself? Like, you know. Who's
All right, then.
this?
Everyone except for, I guess, Irina and Connell.
You said, okay, yep. I'll go ahead and place yellow marks on everybody who gets blessed. Just as a reminder. Neat. Blinking through the woods, through the branches with that like Mach speed, inhuman speed. One of them like finally lands onto the ground with a leap and just kind of maneuvers its way past the corpse and just dashes all the way to like the back of the pack, trying to pick out the weakest from. Sorry, it goes around this way, and that's about this far. Just kind of maneuvering his way around, trying to spot which one of you is like the weakest, and then you can see its eyes lock with Elias.
Oh boy.
The other one, almost like in unison, like a hive mind, leaps down and with a howl sprints forward. Right in front of you, Elias. Unfortunately, that's all they can do with dash action. Fortunately for you, that is. Yeah.
Yep. And Elias, you get 6 temporary hit points, by the way.
Thank you.
Okay, seeing that that one is near to Elias, I'm gonna run to him and I'm gonna slash him with the sword.
Which one are you slapping, this guy?
Yeah. And I'm gonna push him one step to the left due to Crusher.
A 13 just hits. As you push him backwards.
Thank you. And I'm gonna cast Compel Duel on the one that is next to Nowhere. Let me look first.
Sure thing. As you slash through its form with the silver blade, you can see the same singeing mark that it usually has on such creatures. The silver taking its effect at full. Compelling duel, you attempt to compel a creature into a duel. One creature, the one you just.
He has to do a Wisdom saving throw.
Which one? This one or this one? Yep. Okay. You got it. 1.
So yeah, he's
Third.
compelled.
30 feet away from you?
Yes.
Okay. You got it. Alright. Compel, it seems to like avert its eyes, swinging its eyes away from Elias and onto you, giving you a snarling gap of rotten, bloody teeth. Nadia, it is your turn.
Man, I wasn't expecting this early in the morning, so I'm actually a little worried. And just by yelling out, God, we walked right into an ambush. And I'm going to take my movement. I'm going to go here first. And then, how high is the cliffside here to my right?
About 7 feet. Climbable. It takes double movement to climb up.
It takes no movement?
Double. Difficult terrain.
Okay.
Oh, wait, not for you. You're damp here. I don't have to worry about it. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean...
It takes you 5 feet of movement to climb up.
Nah, fuck that. We're going to make it fantastic.
Alright.
I'm going to use my tempestuous magic, so if I ever cast a first level spell before or after, and it allows me to fly up, and I'll just move right here. And then I'm going to cast a 3rd level chromatic orb. And I'm also going to twin it.
Ooh.
Hold on, for some reason too, that amulet. didn't attune to me. Okay.
Just add 1 to your roll.
Yeah. I'm sorry. This thing is so heavy sometimes. Chromatic orb. /R. Whoop. 18 for both the smaller targets. The smaller Wendigos.
Okay. And
Oh, is it 1 or is it 2 if I'm twinning it? Do I have to make 2 separate attacks or is it just 1 attack? I can't.
you make 2
I asked
separate
you that.
attacks. We discussed this.
I'm
Remember
sorry.
why?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's for your benefit, so it's fine.
R 13. So an 18 and a 13.
Both hit.
Cool. About to get blasted. And I'll do lightning damage to them.
I figured.
And it asked me.
It actually asks you what kind of damage you want. That's cool.
Yeah, because it's chromatic. I can do thunder, lightning, acid, fire, cold.
Neat.
So each of them take 23.
Each fun. Okay. Sounds good.
And then that shall be my turn.
Cool. Irina, unsheathing Dawnbringer, steps forward. Samson, go ahead and roll the extra health. As she steps to Samson's side, she assumes like a strategic kind of position between Samson and amid Elias as well, kind of trying to like defend him, step to his side just in case, forming like almost like a half ringlet military as the arcing lightning kind of passes through and shocks the lesser Wendigos. She is going to go ahead and ready her action. As Connell and the Wendigo continue to lash against one another, it goes ahead and rolls to attack.
Miss and miss.
Miss and miss. Seems that Connell is being the MVP currently, as he gives Samson an opportunity to retaliate.
Yeah. So, Irina gets 7 temp hit points.
Oh, sweet.
Because I am absolutely giving them out to Irina as well.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I got
Well,
8, right?
Yeah, well, we're going all out. Let's try this on. And I'm going to cast Spirit Guardians. Which I actually need to double check if that triggers immediately or if...
Yeah, immediately and then in their turn.
What are they?
Yeah. Wisdom saving throws, DC should be DC 15, I think, because my spell DC is 15. I don't know why. It's showing up as 14 in the printout there. So
that was a long time to roll. So the one right to the one right here saves. The one right beside Aya does not. That ready for it to kind of engage with Aya. Yep.
So it's just the small circle.
Oh, okay.
It's only 15-foot radius.
So it fails. I'm taking a 6, the initial one. How much damage?
So I need to actually roll that.
Thank you.
Core.
Oh, 22 radiant. It says it right there.
No.
Spirit
Yeah,
damage.
I did because I misclicked that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Music is not loading for some reason. Okay. Sure. Starlight and kind of dusk begin to surround you, around you, hitting both it and the Wendigo as well.
And you can almost see it almost looks like a nebula of light in that area.
Sorry, I'm just doing quick math. Alright. Epic. Novark, you may take your turn.
Alright. Novar's just going to bring his spear around and he's just going to run around right next to Coral. And as I do this bonus action, I'm going to cast Hunter's Mark on it. And during my attack, I'm also going to activate my favorite foe onto the Wendigo.
Okay, as long as you remember that. Yep.
Yep.
All right.
Okay, first attack. Why is it not adding?
Plus 10.
So I'm checking. I'm wondering why it's doing that.
We did 26 Hunter's Mark
Less
plus favorite foe.
Oh, because favorite foe and Hunter's Mark, those should be adding to damage, not attack roll, right?
Yeah, I'm wondering why he's doing attack.
Oh, you put it as attack modifier, not damage modifier.
Probably.
But by the way, I realized I forgot my bonus action, but that's fine.
You know, yeah, so what was the bless roll? The bless was, so it's 14, I believe.
Okay.
And I'll roll them separate until I fix that in my sheet.
What did you roll to attack?
14.
14 does not hit.
Alright. Okay, and I'll just
Bash yourself with one giant claw.
Okay, and from second strike.
What's to hit?
19.
19 to hit?
Yep.
You fixed it?
That's
getting archery?
That's with my archery and the blessed.
Okay, that hits.
Yeah. Okay, so that will be 10 plus first, that will be 1d6. 1 second.
The silver penetrates deep and does its fair share of damage as the fight goes on.
Okay, so it'll be 17 damage.
Thank you.
And then Connell will take his strike. There will be advantage, obviously. Oh, crit! 25.
Crits.
Not 20.
Biting deep as the beast howls and just shakes him off and the snow to kind of begin to swirl around it once more as it takes the half will be 5. Yeah. Connell's teeth are not silvered yet.
Oh, yeah, true.
All right.
Give him some chrome.
By the way, Connell, Novark, I don't know if you want to take those or keep what you currently have.
Keep what we currently have.
Okay. Elias. To be beside
All right.
you. Yep.
Elias is going to kind of hobble over next to the
Electrified.
furthest.
Yeah.
Yeah. And cast Thunderwave.
A wave of thunderous force sweeps out from you. Each creature within 15 feet, so that's the other one as well, originating from you must make a Constitution saving throw. Now my question is Aya far enough away from you? She's not. Aya, you make a Constitution saving throw as well as... Yes. Just Aya and then my 2 Wendigos. Con mods. I rolled a 15 and a 20 against your spell save DC of, I'm guessing, 14.
Yes.
So they both save, remaining where they are, kind of rooting themselves on the ground against the thunderous boom that emanates away from you, knocking snow and tree branches aside. They nonetheless suffer half of that 2d8 damage.
Okay, I will...
Roll 2d8.
In that case...
Okay.
I will go ahead and use one use of the Chronal Shift ability.
You can magically exert limited control over the flow of time around a creature. Select one target. As a reaction, after you or a creature you can see within 30 feet of you make an attack roll, belt check, or saving throw, you can force the creature to re-roll and make this decision after whether or not it succeeded or failed.
That's cool.
That's very cool, but you must select one creature, so which one do you select?
Sorry, guys.
Select
Probably the lower one.
one next to Aya.
Mm-hmm. And that would be... because they have names. Okay. His re-rules. As time kind of shifts for a moment to reverse itself, and you can see it struggling against like a temporal shift as it fails a save and gets knocked away 10 feet? How many feet? 10 feet.
Yeah, 10 feet.
Yeet.
And Aya, in answer to your question, yes, Bless applies to saving throws.
Yes, it does.
And Aya, as it gets knocked away from you, if you are also maintaining your position, which I didn't see what you ruled there, if you still maintain your position, you may take a swing at it as it flies away as an opportunity strike.
That's
Unfortunately, missing, trying to maintain balance not fast enough, but an attempt was made. Alright. Did you roll damage there, Elias?
yeah, 9.
That's Aya.
Yeah, you're right. I roll it for me for some reason. It's Elias who has to roll it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do you apply anything from your spell mods?
I don't believe so. Not for Thunderwave.
Okay,
Yeah, I don't think it does the Thunder Wave.
that's fine. Easier for me. Full damage, half damage. Doing the math is. Alright. The one right beside you manages to almost latch onto you, clawing at your clothes to maintain itself before finally kind of clawing at the ground and dragging itself a foot behind and standing back up, and with a it just lifts a claw ready to swipe at you as we enter their turn.
Elias, 10 temporary hit points if you want that, or whatever what you currently have.
Ooh, I will take it. Thank you.
As the creature before you lifts its claw to swipe at you, it opens its maw, and from it you can hear a man's voice. It's gonna claw me apart! Okay. Once with its bite and once with its claws. Okay.
He has disadvantage for compelled duel.
Correct. So a 9 on a 15 against Elias.
Both of those miss.
Okay. Almost like a hive mind reacting to the spell you just cast, the compelled jewel. The other one shifts its attention towards you. With the same unnerving cry, it opens its maw and grabs you by both shoulders and just screams in your face. And as it opens its maw, you can hear, "It's killing me!" Can I get you to roll me a wisdom saving throw, please?
And question, is that within my 15-foot radius?
It's
clipping the edge of the circle, but I don't know how that works.
It is.
Okay. Which means that it just enters the first time on its turn, my Spirit Guardian, so it needs to make a wisdom saving throw.
It rolled a 3, receiving 14.
Or take 14 radiant damage.
Nonetheless, it completes it. As Aya, you rolled what for wisdom? 10?
10, yeah.
You are effectively frightened from that specific Wendigo, learning its fear, its last moments. It was human, you realize. Fear.
Okay, perfect. Fear is
Perfect.
you have to run away from it, or
Fear, you have disadvantage on attack rolls against. You have disadvantage on ability checks and attack rolls while you're within sight, while it's within your sight, and you cannot approach any closer to it. But if you're already within melee range, doesn't matter. I believe.
Okay.
Doggy.
Wolfer.
Wolfrun.
Taking out that wee sound effect there's Connell.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, this game is so lifelike.
Wow. Hey, you taking a turn, or am I missing something?
Yeah, I'm taking the turn. Okay, trembling, realizing that he was human. I'll drop my sword and I'll Eldritch Blast twice in his face.
In your panic, you attempt to cast a spell with disadvantage. A 1 and a natural 1 is very appropriate. Did you roll a natural 20? Oh, it's right, it's a bless. So you rolled a natural 20 and you got a 4 and it's green. I'm like, what's going on right now? Then an 11 and a 13. The second one hits.
Okay, so I'm just gonna push him one square behind.
You get more
Yeah,
than
no,
one.
we'll-
Okay. Yes. When you reach high level... Oh, right, you're on 5th level Warlock. Gotcha.
Eldritch Blast doesn't care about its character level as a whole, not caster level.
Then you're 5th level. You have 3 beams.
Yes.
Don't.
Two?
No,
No,
it's 2 beams
two.
at 5.
Two at
I'm
fifth.
dumb. This is... Okay, cool. I can't read. And you said you push away?
Yeah, I push him. Yeah, that way.
All
To
right.
get away from me.
He takes an opportunity attack as you push him away. 12 does not hit, however. And you deal the damage. All right. Math.
No, that's it. I don't do anything else. I'll take it. Pick up my sword.
Aya, you do not get temporary hit points this turn. You are no longer frightened. The light of the moon comforts you.
Based on
and
your chat,
removes
so
your
I can
fear.
learn, okay?
Yep.
Thanks. I'm just curious.
Yeah, Twilight Sanctuary has some the last 2 abilities on it are real nice. That's part of why I've always said that it brings comfort, because it does.
Awesome.
The sanctuary is a safe place.
Awesome. No longer frightened. As Nadia, you take your turn.
Okay. I'm going to hurl out a chromatic orb of 2nd level. I'll put it on the big guy. And slash R1d4. God damn it. 10.
To hit.
Yeah.
It does not hit, but as your chromatic orb, the lightning just crackles and hits it against his shoulder, sending some of the bones on his shoulder flying out. It turns its head to you, and its red pinpoints grow very narrow as it just kind of lifts its finger towards you and just goes and pointing directly at your chest. Don't do that.
That blows. So let's do this. Oh no, you know what? I'm good. Yeah, that's the end of my turn.
Irina Kalyana just charges forward using your shield, Samson, to kind of push off it as she charges to flank the Wendigo creature beside Elias. And she just goes, "You're time thinking, that was kick-ass!" And she swipes twice with her Dawnbringer at the thing, rolling a 16 and 23, hitting with both. Who's next? Oh, okay. Hold off on that then.
Yeah.
I hate when I have 2 NPCs one after another. It's like
Yeah.
I'm ruling
And
him.
by the way, Irina gets 9 temporary hit points, or what she had.
No,
whichever's
she'll take
better.
9. She just nods to you like with a cheers motion. Meanwhile, the Mauro ear seems to kind of like fold its arms inwards onto itself as snow begins to once again kind of spin around it in a whirlwind and disappears into it, leaving nothing behind but dusting of white stuff as it appears right behind you, kid. Nothing personal. Nadia.
Nothing personal.
Alright. This is going to be a grapple. So, first of all, does a 22 hit.
Oh, fuck, yeah.
Alright. On hit grapples, then you save. Okay. It grapples you into its grasp, and again, with an unnerving cry, it opens its maw, and you can hear its whispers down your ears, down your essence. You are not deserving of it. Can I get you to rule me a wisdom saving throw, DC 15?
Fuck.
You are
Oh, wait, wait, hold on. Slash R, 1d4.
I mean, it's 1.
Ah!
It's DC 15. You save against it, yeah.
Yeah.
Do the rest of us have to? It says within 60 feet.
Yes, for that creature, yes, within 6 feet. So that will be
Everyone?
everyone, yeah.
Okay, wisdom save?
Mm-hmm. succeed. Novark, just from witnessing, kind of apparate in and out of this thing is unnatural. You are too feared by it. Elias saves against it. I believe.
20 total
Yeah,
for you.
everybody but Novark saved against it as well. Good eye. All right. And sorry.
Did he? The grapple, like, well, is that an attack? Did he hit me with an
It's
attack?
on hit grapple. Yes.
Okay, then I'm gonna use my Wrath of Storm. Display BTT.
It's a reaction.
Yes.
Okay.
He'll take a total of 7 damage. He has to make a dex save of 13. Sorry.
Gotcha. Natural 20.
All right, so he has it.
As it pierces you for 5 damage, and you see where it tears your flesh. It does not regenerate as it shouldn't, and it in turn consumes it, and some of its wounds begin to close up as well. As Samson, you take your turn.
Okay, so move the weapon up to 20 feet, which unfortunately they have all gotten further than 20 feet away from my spiritual weapon. Okay, well. We will go ahead and move it to... Actually, we're going to move it this way. So then...
Fearing the ranged character and fearing the guy already in range.
Yeah, I can't do much there, so I suppose we'll just move down to here, which will just keep Nadia just in range and get me a little closer to that. So that's my those. And then I'm going to go ahead and try and Sacred Flame the big guy.
All right.
So that's a DC 15 Dexterity save on his part.
Yep. As the flame coalesces,
Yeah.
it manages to just purge along its sides, but not into its husk.
Yeah. And so that's everything for me.
Okay.
Because Spiritual Weapon or Spirit Guardians is on creatures' turns. Okay.
It's a 30-foot range away.
It's Spiritual Weapon.
No, I got you. It evaporated. I got you. Novar. Novar, you still with us? You're muted.
Sorry. Frightened, I can't go anywhere near it, and I'm at disadvantage. Yeah.
Disadvantage where you see it, but can't approach anywhere near it. Just fear just seizes you.
Okay.
Over here.
Okay, yeah, from where I am, he's... Wait, so if I technically turned around and shot the other one, I wouldn't be frightened, because I can't see it, technically.
I'll allow it. Makes sense.
Yeah, he's just gonna...
I mean, that's not how it operates because it's within your sight, as in, like, it sees you, and you're terrified it's gonna get you. But if that helps you, man, you want... If you're gonna be okay with me doing the same logic as you with my enemies, I'll allow it. If you're gonna fear me and I'm gonna be like, well, I don't look at you then.
I close my eyes. Not afraid anymore.
Yeah, this falls into the lunacy of that there are cases where it ends up being mechanically better to attack blind
I'll
than
allow
not.
it.
Yeah, he's gonna run up to this one instead then.
You're running away from it, that's all I want you to do.
Yeah. Okay, so he's like, no, fuck that, and just runs. First one, 18, 21, and so...
Hits?
So, and then, obviously, with these, so that's 12 damage to that one.
12.
The first one, and second, Not 20.
Not 20, doesn't matter what you hit.
29.
It's a critical. What's the total damage?
14 plus.
How? Doesn't matter. How do you want to do this?
Alright. Yeah, he's just like, fuck that thing. Well, so that's saying, and he's just got to just twist his staff up and just slice upwards.
As you slice upwards, it releases one final gasp and it just says, "Come off, run!" as it dies.
Okay. You see, you get up this ledge, it would be 10 feet for movement for Connell, right? Like, if Connell
It
was
will
to
be
try
10
to...
foot of movement, yes.
Right, so... so 5, 10, 20... Yeah, he'll make it up. He'll be able to get up. He's go 40 feet, so he'd make up. Yeah, he just rushes up, jumps, and then gets next to Nadia, and still his target's that. And Mo... 13.
No.
14, sorry.
No.
Alright. That's a miss.
Oh,
And
right.
that's the end of my turn.
And
Nice.
Novark, you are no longer frightened.
No.
Woohoo! Because
End of your turn.
moonlight is comforting.
And that.
Yes. End of turn.
All right. So Elias will turn to the Wendigo standing next to him.
There's no concentration on Twilight Sanctuary. I can't even break through it or anything.
Twilight Sanctuary is not concentration.
And I can't anti-magic it because it's just divine channel divinity. It's fucking overpowered as fuck, man.
I get one per short rest.
Straight
guess,
busted.
Yeah. A little bit. Sorry, Elias, go ahead. Salty. Alright.
So Elias turns to the Wendigo next to him, puts like his hands out, just like almost touching his chest. Says, "Hope you find some rest in the next life, fella." Cast magic missile.
Go ahead and rule those.
All right.
You gotta.
It's
You create
1d4
glowing darts that automatically hit, and it's 1d4 plus 1 force damage to the target. But you gotta roll them.
Okay.
Thank you. So that'll be a 3, a 4, 7, plus, it's an 11 total. Yes.
Yes.
As
12 total.
hit it in the chest and across the
Oh,
torso.
12
It still
total,
stands.
but
12 total. Okay, it still stands. And all the while it screeches, Ermin, where are you? I can't see you, Ermin.
well, worth a shot. That'll be the end of Elias's turn.
Being flanked doesn't matter.
No, not for. I don't think for spells.
No. If only if you had a melee touch attack spell.
I meant like
think.
being flanked, like it doesn't give you a disadvantage on your shit.
Nope.
No.
By the way, Elias, 8 temporary hit points to you because I don't need to.
Elias, a 16 and a 20. Do either hit?
15. No,
Does it still have?
Right, it's still compelled. 15 and 20.
Yeah, the 20 definitely hits.
Its claws pierce through you for a total of 15 damage. 6 of that being cold.
Ooh, well there goes the temporary hit points and 5 more.
All the while, like madly, just yelling, Gamov! Gamov, where are you? Gamov, oh god! Seems to be echoing the man's last words. Yeah.
Okay.
By the way, that one needs to roll a wisdom saving throw because it ended its turn in
Correct.
my spirit guardians.
Wisdom. 18.
So it takes 7 radiant damage. 'cause
So
spirit guardians
wise.
does half damage.
Gotcha. Thank you. Yeah.
Okay, looking at the one in front of me that is dead, I turn around and I see that the Wendigo is over Nadia. I'll cast Eldritch Blast on him.
Just tell me the numbers. I don't want to do the math.
13 and 20.
Yes, both hit.
Okay, and so it's a total of 9 damage, and it's gonna be push 1
As you
square
push
feet
it
on
back, how do you want to do this?
I want like my unseen servant that looks like a Wendigo to impale him against the ground and start beating the shit out of it. But it's invisible, so now you only see splash of blood everywhere. That's it.
Just black, brackish blood. And as you do so, its last dying words are, "Why won't you wake? You there, in the dome." With that, Nadia.
Excuse me. How are like I'm grappled? Am I able to only just do like verbal? Can't do
Your
somatic
movement is
or
0, essentially. That's it.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, that explains too much. I was attacking this one, but forget it. I killed the other one.
Oh, okay. I'm going to use my bite. Where's it at? I'm gonna do my fanged bite on him.
What's the creature type?
What's the what?
They're good.
So I do 4.
You roll to hit?
I'm trying to see this out.
Natural, I think
It's
you
a
rolled an
natural weapon.
unarmed strike. Yeah.
200
Simple,
damage.
simple
okay.
melee weapon with which you are proficient. So roll me a 1d20 plus your proficiency, please.
Yep.
And fix it later. That hits.
Okay. So I'll take that 4. It'll do the 4 damage, and then I'm also going to use the second ability to it. Gain a bonus action, or gain a bonus to the next ability check or attack roll you
This is
make.
the first time all of you seen Nadia in her true savage self as fangs elongate, and as she bites, there's a feral look to her eyes. You can empower yourself with this bite. Okay, gotcha.
And as a bonus action, I'm actually going to try to cast. Oh my god, my spells. Where's it at? Where's Sanctuary? Yeah, I'll cast a Sanctuary myself. Oh, sorry.
And any creature who we target wisdom saving throw. Gotcha. All right.
And that'll be my turns.
As you look away, you unlatch yourself from the bite mark, and you look around battle. You can see that one of the creatures was just felled, and the other one lies dead in the snow. And Irina is kind of wiping her sword away from blood, and she seems too immersed in battle to thankfully see what you just did.
Yay!
She then
This way I did it.
She then turns and passes through behind the tree and charges towards you, and looks at the thing, sword ready. I guess she'll begin climbing rocks, losing all her movement here. Okay.
Yeah. By the way, I think I missed Nadia. You would have gotten 8, and Aya. So I missed Aya as well. You would have gotten 6.
Cool.
And
you.
Irina is still within range, and so Irina
She'll keep her eye.
has the option for. Yep.
Okay. So first and foremost, everybody within 60 feet, as you continue to hear the whispers and the cries that the dead emit from this thing. I'll never cry once more. Recharge up to 5. Can get you guys to room me at DC 15 wisdom saving throw. As for you, Nadia,
Yes.
it has you grappled. It will attack you at disadvantage. Natural 20 and natural 20 and
But
and a 17.
I'm gonna use the the first one's gonna hit me no matter what. The second one I'm gonna burn a shield on.
Okay. You manage to avoid the worst of the claw as it scratches at it, but unless it just looks upon its bite mark, and like you can see that the wound begins to seal up as its return slashes at you with its teeth for a total of 14 damage.
Oof.
Oof. And then,
Well, actually, did he make his save against the sanctuary? Because you might have to differ a different target, right?
oh, you're correct. That's how it works. I thought it was adventurous. It
On a
rolls
failed
21.
save, the creature must choose a new target or lose
Oh,
the
so it's
attack
just
or
normal-
spell.
Okay, I see. So it's just normal rolls. So 19 then. Okay. It rolled 21 wisdom save.
Okay, never mind.
Alright. I will know now. I thought it was adventurous for some reason. Okay. Alright, and you maintain. It also starts within your area,
no,
right?
no, it doesn't.
Okay.
Be-
This is a smaller
and
area?
it's not starting; it's ending
Ending, huh?
inside the area. But
Alright.
yeah, it's the small area. Spirit Guardians would be completely insane if it was the big area.
I agree. So we have an 18, 16, 16, 25. Everybody saved wisdom saves against this thing, right? Now you
Yep.
rule wisdom against the shriek?
Oop.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Uh,
Slash. Oh my
um,
god.
Did Irina roll?
I'm on it.
And
Oh, yeah, that's frightened.
Because Irina did not get blessed. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Alright.
and I also get another 4 on top of that, so it's 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 because I made that fanged bite attack, but I don't think that helps.
Okay.
11
as the
total.
Unnerving. Well, you felt it. As the unnerving screeches, and you can hear at the ending of it. You wish to be worthy of it, then you join us. As it begins to lumber past frightened Arena, past Connell. Opportunity attacks if you so wish, but it's gonna go ahead and drag with half its movement over yonder.
Yeah, Connor would have.
Okay, go ahead and roll for that. As Samson, you take your turn. 18 hits.
Okay, so Samson will run right up next to it and go, "No, you don't. You're not getting away that easily." Spiritual weapon is gonna come in and try and strike at the guy's leg. So that is 19 plus 4 for 20 something, 23.
For a force.
So that's 8 force damage. And then I'll go ahead and try and burn its other leg with a sacred flame.
87 throw coming right up. As it lifts one giant, humongous claw to defend itself with a 20 against the flames, bashing them away.
And that will be my turn.
Okay, no work.
One second, I've lost my mouse.
That
There it is.
happens.
Right. Novar's just going to make his way down to here first, and he's going to draw back out his crossbow. This time he will put silver bolts in it.
Okay,
And he is going to take aim and fire.
make sure you
Plus
deduct
one,
your ammunition as you use it.
18.
Hits.
Okay, that'll be for 20 damage.
Mm-hmm.
And the second shot,
Hits as well.
19. And that'll be for 7 damage.
Okay.
And then Connell will just say move around to here and he'll maul towards that thing.
In a joint
Yeah,
effort.
12.
12 does not hit. But the arrows sink deep and remain as the beast growls with annoyance at the pain and begins to drag Nadia further north. Elias, it is your turn.
Okay.
Oh, and Novark and Connell. Connell first.
That will be.
Okay.
Okay. In that case, Elias will run towards the big fella and say, come on now. Why don't you take a rest? You gotta be tired, right? And cast Sapping Sting.
That works. You sub the vitality of one creature you can see in range. A target must succeed on a Constitution saving throw or take necrotic damage. Necrotic damage, you say? Necrotic, you say? Curse Strahd, you say? Alright. I had to check.
And fall prone.
As time once again begins to warp around the creature, it manages to resist the spell. Is it straight up not... It's a cantrip, so...
Yeah.
For a moment, it begins to slow down as it turns to you confused and with its rage. But it manages to resist it as it keeps on lumbering northward. And falls prone. Wow, it's like a better telekinetic shove that actually has flavor to it, but whatever. Got one. Dead. Aya, it is your turn.
Okay, so is Nadia hurling in the middle of the air?
Is it not size dependent? Sorry, what? Is Nadia what?
Floating in the air? I mean,
Yeah,
hanging in
she's
the air.
about 10 feet off the ground in this beast's clutches, yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna cast Eldritch Blast on him.
2 bolts of crackling black energy shoot outwards from your spell focus. An 11 does not hit, but a second bolt just might not sail past. Natural 20
Okay, perfect.
for a total of
11.
18?
No, sorry.
18, you mean?
Yeah, 18. Total
Yes.
18. And I'm gonna push him to this side, I guess. So Nadia gets 3. Can she get 3 from that, or she's still half?
She's knocked within the creature's grapple until she uses a grappling attempt to get out of it, or you yourself in mirror range help her out of it.
Okay.
No, the beast maintains its grasp on it.
Okay, and I move closer to them. That's it.
Yeah. And Aya, you get temporary hit points. By the way, Elias, you got the 8 temporary hit points.
Cool. Nice.
And Samson will say, keep it close to me.
Nadia, do you join the collective effort to free yourself?
Yeah, I want to try and free myself. Would tempestuous magic allow me to move out of the
Post it.
creature's grip?
I don't know it by heart. Starting at first level, you can use a bonus action on your turn to cause a whirling gust of elemental air to briefly surround you immediately before you cast a spell. Doing so allows you to fly up to 10 feet without provoking a opportunity attack. It is a bonus to your movement, which you can have while grappled. Unfortunately.
Okay, I was just curious.
That would just make grappling, not matter at all.
Yeah, I was just checking. So I'm just gonna try to go ahead and just try to break free of his grasp.
Sure.
Is that an athletics?
That'll be an athletics, yes.
Woof!
I'm not even roll for it.
Hey, remember your D4.
It don't matter. That's icing on the cake there, Elias. Come on now.
It maintains its grasp.
So actually, it wouldn't even apply because you're doing a skill check, not a saving throw.
Yeah, true. Yeah, that's all I can do. That's it.
I will say, you can have 6 temporary hit points.
I was wrong, actually. Retake your turn, because the condition also ends if the effect removes the grappled creature from reach. The grapple, such as when a creature is hurled away by a thunderwave spell.
Yeah, that's
Technically-
why I asked.
But here's the thing: you push a target. You're not pushing both of them. So how do we want to rule this group going forward?
I was actually.
I'm gonna say he
Gonna-
maintains his grip because you're talking just him. You're not knocking Nadia away with your
Yeah,
spell. You're...
I think we've done telekinetic shove in the past where I targeted the person who was being grappled and tried to pull them
Targeted
away.
the person
and
was
it
being
a
grappled, but
contested
that was not the case unless I misheard.
Right.
So can I change my Eldritch Blast from the Wendigo to Nadia?
Not that
Please
far.
murder
in
me.
retrospect.
Yes.
Next time, yes. Just Just now we're gonna go with that next turn. But there's that. Anything else, Nadia, on your turn, sorry?
No.
Okay.
I can't do anything.
We cannot fight and cannot approach a thing. So
If Irina ended her turn in my sanctuary, she is no longer frightened. Because
Oh.
I'm not being a temporary hit points,
Okay.
I'm clearing the frightened condition.
true. Okay, regaining her constitution, she regrasps a sword and lifts up into a combative stance. Nonetheless, she misses a turn. Meanwhile, this thing is going to go ahead and look at its spells.
Ah, interesting.
What the fuck does this do? And can I
I
can't
just played
upcast. Show me the description. A flurry of magical snow erupts from a point it chooses. Each creature in a 5-foot sphere centered on a point must make a dexterity saving throw, 3d6 cold damage, or fail save, or half as much. Pretty straightforward. What's the catch? 90 feet? Okay, cool. Let me choose a point. Bear with me, I'm learning new spells here. This is fun.
Sure.
Yeah.
Funsies.
I am the one who casts the spells for once. Haha.
Yes. Spells are so much fun.
What was it? 5-foot radius? So that's a 10 by 10? Okay. Alright. I cannot target any multiple targets except here. So that only makes sense. Can I get both Samson and Connell, please, to make me a
Ooh.
dexterity saving throw? And the DC, I'll tell you, is 14.
Connell's 15.
You both.
Samson is 19.
Okay, you take half of 3d6 cold damage. So half. It will be a 5.
5. I do, however, have to make a Constitution saving throw
DC 10, concentration.
because
And as you do so,
good.
at will, once again, it misty steps along. Can you misty step with duck briefly around you? You teleport up to 30 feet to an occupied space. You teleport. Does your grapple target teleport with you?
I
I
almost
doubt it.
certainly that
No.
you can't, because otherwise
No.
that becomes far too easy. I misty step in, grab someone, misty step out.
Unless he had... Well, no, because you couldn't even do that with
Oh.
Thunderstep, because the target has to be willing.
I agree.
That's-
Right.
I
That's
agree.
like the gate. There is another spell that is similar that lets you do that.
That's fine. Just lumber over here then.
I will catch you on that a little bit because inside of Spirit Guardians is difficult terrain for him.
You can't double difficult terrain, can you? He's already grappling creature.
I don't
But he's
know.
just grappling, and if he's moving over, that's even harder.
When you're
I feel
that's what I'm
like.
saying. He has 40 feet movement. I move him 20 feet because it's already difficult terrain.
An effect,
Right.
actually, correction. It's not difficult terrain. An affected creature's speed is halved in the area.
Oh, bro! Alright, cool. He makes it about this way, slowed down by the ever-annoying starlight and twilight.
Yep. And because he ends his turn within that, is to make a wisdom saving throw.
Happy for you. $17.
Okay, so he just takes 6
6.
radiant damage.
Alright, as you take your turn.
You know, Samson seems like a nice guy, but in a fight,
Yeah.
he's like a bully.
A little bit.
Yep. Samson will walk right on up to him and go,
It's instantaneous, so
There you
it just
go.
dissipates too. It doesn't even stay. What a poopy ass spell for a windy.
yep.
Snowballs!
And spiritual weapon is gonna come flying in and again try and hit him in the leg.
Hey!
Bah.
12 does not hit.
Okay then, and so there, and I suppose I really would like you to get away and not be able to walk. I'm gonna try and burn his other leg, the one that spiritual weapon missed with sacred flame.
Sure thing.
DC 15 dexterity saving throw.
6.
Hey! I burnt his leg. please stop trying to get away.
Please stop trying to. All right.
And that is Samson's turn.
Neat. Novark, it is your turn.
Okay. Moving up to there. Wolfsbane again. Still silver tip.
He is looking below bloodied, about a quarter way, trying to run away with his prey. That's how he's looking. A 17 hits.
8 plus.
What's
That's
the total?
18 damage.
How do you want to do this? He's looking dead, Aya. He's looking dead.
Yeah, just as he was like talking to Samson there, like the moment he turns his head, and like before he got burned, just as he raises his head, the bolt just goes right through the eye socket.
It lets go of Nadia, and you thump the ground, like falling 10 feet onto your feet. As it rolls about and leans onto one side and falls to his side, it lets out a death-rattling cry of hundreds of victims. One last coup de grace against your sanity, just to fuck with you. As it dies. The Leshy of Wolfrun is dead, as we are out of initiative.
Hey.
Are we alright, Nadia?
Yeah, are you okay?
So since you dropped me, I'm getting up from my side, from the ground, and kind of feeling a little sore.
Add a second. Sorry, I'll whisper it.
What's
Go
up?
ahead. It's fine. I'll whisper it to you.
Okay, I'll wait.
You don't have to wait. It's not important.
Okay. Yeah, I feel okay. I'm just starting to panic there towards the end.
Fine.
Okay. Christ, that thing was scary.
Yes.
It is terrifying, says Irina. But now it's... Yeah.
Novark would go up and try and recover a couple of the bolts as half
You
he can get.
recover half, yes.
Right, so yeah.
Yeah.
So, fire.
I would have Samson would have had everyone gather around and shared in Twilight Sanctuary with the remaining 7 rounds of it. Well, okay. Because the question is, do we think there are more of them? No, there. Or do you think it's just this one?
No way of
And
knowing.
the little ones.
There's no way of knowing. But the question is, where's the other body? Or did they just eat him whole?
One of them was talking about why the people in the dome wouldn't wake up. I think that was us. I think this thing turns them into others of itself. The smaller ones, I think, are the others.
Yeah, I mean, if this has been killing for a while, there's probably got to be more out there rampaging. However, it wouldn't hurt to take a trophy back. This was an animal creature they were looking for.
Yeah, we need to anyway. Novar just kind of takes his spear and then just stabs into the neck and then just starts cutting off his head.
Ugh. Rule survival.
Okay. 19.
You do a fine job with the head. And should you choose to harvest any other trophy from it, you will be able to do so kind of with confidence without ruining it. Pelt, teeth, horn, ear, fang, eye, anything.
Novar believes that you should never waste a kill, so he would harvest what he can from it.
Meat.
Well,
It ain't eating people.
Yeah, he wouldn't go that far, but he would basically harvest what he can.
In retrospect, you can decide later if you want to keep any trophies. It was a fine kill.
well then, let's
Can you take
get the
the
small ones
antlers
together.
of the other ones for Rectavia? I think he will enjoy this.
I'm not sure we should let you decide Octavio's gifts. Given the likelihood that these smaller ones were members of the town.
Does
That's
anybody
something
else
we'd
find
really
it curious, says Irina, does anybody else find it curious how that man wants these souvenirs? I didn't question your actions, but I do question his.
Yes. It's a little bit odd, but
I just
good
find it-
storyteller wants
Yeah.
something to make the story more interesting.
And in this
well.
place, I just smile and nod.
Here, Novak says, Irina, I'll help you with that, and she begins to just help you kind of bound up the beast so it can be like perhaps dragged back if you want to drag the body back to the city, or just the head. She'll help you rope it, and it's quite heavy. It is quite a hefty head.
Yeah. I think he would have hanged to take the pelt off it. So I'll say he took the pelt.
With a 19, you're able to harvest and flay its pelt. It is raw, requires curing, but whole it will make a fine cape, blanket, or other means.
Well, I'm concerned that one of those smaller ones was talking about things that happened last night. We should go check out the smaller ones. And Samson will start going over here, and we'll start dragging this guy up to where the other three are. The other bodies are located, so trying to get it up to over here. With these, the other small one and the
Sure.
human.
What you're looking at is what you see. It is a furry, naked humanoid with a deer skull for head and antlers and a grown maw. The body seems to have undertaken much strain outside of the battle, as if very rapid transformation has torn at flesh and sinew and reshaped the body, growing hooves, claws, and other animalistic features. The last time you ever saw something like this was in Savra, but that was days ago. And this is far less natural.
So, question about the deer skull head. Is it like a mask? Samson would try and pull that off, or is it like the head is actually a deer skull?
It's part of the head.
Yeah. It's unfortunate. I was hoping to see who this was.
It's kind of like prying a carapace off a crab.
Yeah.
It's all one part.
Well,
Can I, like, pick some of his blood and put it in a container?
You sure can. The
Doing that.
blood bleeds a very dark crimson, unlike the big Wendigos creature, unlike the big guy whose blood is pure black and murky. These are almost like half bloods, half crimson, half black, a very dark shade. Only confirming what Samson was saying before.
It's, in particular the small ones, are there any fragments of clothing or the like? Or has that all been destroyed by transformation?
There are
I'm
there
trying to
are
find
like
some indication maybe that I
Yeah.
could bring back to the town and say, whose belt was this or
Yes.
the like.
belt, like the upper part of trousers, tattered, torn, but still present. Bits of cloth along the shoulders where they're still clinging to fur and sprouting bone that has pierced the skin and has pierced through the cloth, but kept some of it, shreds of it, to itself. Yes, there's some semblance of, indeed, guard uniforms. Or the stitched together, you know.
The uniform that the guards were wearing.
Yes.
Well, I think we head back with these and not the guard. Actually, Novark, does it look like there's a further trail where these guys would have gone, or
Yeah,
do you think this was just the trap was set and they didn't go further?
Novar would just kind of go up and check, just to see if he can find anything going any further. It would basically move to just around the edge of where they came from, just to see if that's where they were when they got here, or did they come back to them.
From taking your time, you would tell these things came. Well, the big one likely. I mean, sorry, rephrase. They came from the woods. They didn't come
Yeah.
from where you came from. You met them
Oh,
by walking into their territory.
yeah. So it's basically no. I say it was just trying to see if like they were already in the area when they got here. So it's like,
Yes.
Or what? Yeah.
They seem to den around this area. In fact, looking about, you can see other remaining carcasses. No longer people, no longer prey, just remains from weeks ago upon the tree branches, just kind of hanging off, all sinewy. Some of it frozen, some of it blackened or long rotten. This seems to be like their forest or wood, their den of these creatures. From the sheer number of prey, it's hard to believe just one would require so much food.
We just go back and relay that. It seems like we're in the middle of their den right now.
Well,
But there may be more, so unless we want them to pounce on us, we should get out of here.
yeah. Unless we want to go after them and strike further in.
Well, this is their den here, where we are. Like, it just kind of indicates up to the trees where the bones are hanging.
Well, we may have to see why they transformed. Do you think it was this monster what transformed them, or something else? Maybe a relic?
Something as large as the other one, I don't think that would have been possibly the one that would have went to Kresk. I think these two smaller ones were the ones that did.
Contrary, you would know this, Novak, from the hoof marks you've spotted when you were inspecting, they only match the big ones because of the sheer stride. The small ones would not be able to stride that far or leave such a mark. Looking at its feet,
yeah.
It seems like the big one, overnight, somehow undetected, managed to make his way into the city, take the berserker's corpse, and the two guards from their towers, kidnapping them and doing this to them.
I also wonder what happened with the corpse of the berserker.
If we can have a quick look around, see if we can find it.
Well, see if fortune is on your side. You can go ahead and roll me, like, perception, investigation, nature, whatever it is not nature, survival, just to see how you can maneuver your way around the woods and see if you can spot that which you seek. Of course. It is. It is. I'm happy for you. It is but a matter of about another hour as the day goes on. The blizzard begins to settle to a light flurry, that you finally come across a very odd section of the wood. The trees here seem to have blackened in bark, with patches of rot here and there that seeps a very crimson color sap onto the ground, solidifying, and some trees seeping a more viscous fluid than others. The whole section of this wood, blackened leaves, blackened bark, until you finally come across the berserker's corpse. She has been staked to the bark of one tree. A pattern has been drawn in ash around the entire bark of the tree, in a circle, and then a multi-pointed star formation around it. Inspecting the corpse itself, where it has been impaled to the tree, you see that the skin has already began fusing with it, flesh and bark becoming one. She is still dead. There are many, many charms hanging off the branches of this particular tree, wooden charms made of twigs and bearing some dark onyxian stones to them, all of them featuring same sort of symbol, like a teardrop facing upside down and being crossed with an upside down V shape. Others feature triangles made of these twigs, primal shapes, easy to make, as if in tribute to whatever ritual was bound to or is going on here.
Are there any humanoids tracked? Like, not the Wendigos, kind of?
Not that you can see.
Okay.
Well, then.
I mean,
I
I'm
lied.
not trying
Yes,
to
they
track,
are.
it's just like-
Yes, they are.
Okay.
There are several humanoid tracks. Not recent traffic in the muddy, snowy ground, but there are some human ones, yes. One last detail, because I don't want to forget it. Yes. A shawl? A cow? What do you call something that drapes over your shoulders like that? A shawl.
Yeah, shawl.
A shawl made from bloody raven feathers and further down from just leather, probably deer skin, has been draped over the corpse. Almost like a protective kind of way, or just as a ceremonial way. I believe, yes, that was the last detail. It's a very odd sight.
Well then, so Samson would go ahead and use Mage Hand to try and move one of the little charms that's on the tree, kind of just pull it off of the tree and bring it closer to him to inspect.
One of the what on the tree? Sorry, the charms.
The charms.
I wonder if I have it here somewhere. You are rolling so good. You're rolling ahead of my notes. I do not. That's a shame. I can give me more. Go ahead and role play it between yourselves. I have it right here.
Well,
I'll post it in general.
I'm not sure this looks good. Does anyone recognize what this is?
Oh, he did a thing. He said it again.
Not sure. I like the raven feathered cloak.
Come on.
I think we can all agree that we've taken at least somewhat of a liking to ravens in this land.
Well, they seem to have taken a liking to us anyway,
Yeah.
following us around everywhere.
Yeah, that's pretty true.
Mage Hand to pull the shawl away and toss it onto the ground away from the
The
corpse.
shawl is attached to flesh. As flesh becomes bark, the latchings of the shawl have dug themselves into the flesh. 5
Wow.
pounds of pressure does not latch away.
Samson will having that happen do the okay. I said move and try a couple times with the Mage Hand and have it fail.
Eventually, just
Okay.
and it just cracks off, kind of snapping off bits of bark and flesh from that spot as the shawl falls.
Well,
I do
What do you think
bark.
happened here? It looks like
this
some people did it. I don't think the monster put
this,
her there.
this looks like a ritual.
Check
Of
out
some sort. Oh.
They look at this charms. Found them. Hard to describe, easier to
I
show.
think we have time to try and do some investigation. And, or do you think we should try and break this ritual site? I doubt it's anything good.
Yeah, I think we should burn it, honestly.
Well, perhaps also check that shawl. I mean, they could have been possibly using it for something, either for ritualistics or building. I don't know. It's hard to think that they were building something, but I don't know. Maybe there's something hidden within it.
Well, yeah, I suppose Samson will walk over to the shawl, kind of mage hand it up to kind of just be floating there in front of him and start patting it down, searching to see if there's anything in it. Or in any type of pocket with...
It doesn't have pockets, it's just one piece of flowing cloth with... I'm trying to get a picture for it without a spoiler of what it's called. So bear with me. There it is. Yeah, that's good enough. Let's put that in general. And then I'll put it in chat as well. What it looks like. Okay.
Well then.
Yes. No pockets, just leather beneath and feathers on the outside. With like a raven skull kind of as a centerpiece to latch.
Well, I suppose there's nothing physically interesting about this inside of this.
When we killed the scarecrow, did it have this? Does anyone remember if it had like any kind of charm or symbol similar to this one?
I couldn't remember. It happened kind of fast. He was just decked out in dead ravens.
Who picked up loot from the? Your character would remember. Who picked up loot from the scarecrow?
Did he have loot?
I think no one looted him.
I don't remember who. Well, I can't say who. If you don't remember looting him, then I can't help you.
Novark. I'm gonna say Novark did it.
Novark. You would recall that it had a little stone within it, amid the raven feathers. A little stone with the same triangular kind of symbol.
Needs to be a friend. Remembering cloak with feathers on its side. Cannibal clanking. Dead raven split to his body.
I really hope it wasn't me, okay?
You guys as a group would recall that there's a stone inside the scarecrow that had a scratch mark of like a triangular symbol on it. Same symbol of the charms hanging above the tree all over the place.
Well then. I think we should try and burn this site. Suppose we should take the cloak and at least figure out what it was related to. You said there are kind of two different shapes of the charm. There's the teardrop.
From what you would know about symbology, you can tell that there's at least two distinct shapes, yes.
Yeah, so Samson would pull one of each of those.
The second shape, and the reason why I loaded the main page, because the second shape is that one in the center. The reverse teardrop.
Ah, okay.
Well, we could do it now or do it later, but see if there's any arcana inside of it. Never know.
Yeah. Okay then. Well, beyond watch will be. I imagine we'll be expecting company, and Simpson will start to ritual cast detect magic.
Yeah, I want to cast Divine Sense if we're still in the wood.
Sure.
I mean,
Divine Sense is within 60 feet within sight. Within sight, you don't detect any undead or celestials or fiends. The ground beneath you is not desecrated, nor is it hollowed. Seems safe for now. As for the items, no magics or charms. The cloak, however, has some traces of magic, abjuration to be specific.
Well, cloak is magic. Which is protective magic. I think we'll have to figure out more about that in a bit. Because we should probably burn this site and head back to town. Or we don't want to risk angering people.
I don't want to hang out here any longer. We have to.
I agree. Oh,
I'll make some breakfast.
I've got this, and I'll take out a couple oil flasks. This might speed up whatever we do if we're trying to try and burn this down.
Hey, did you take a bunch of the creature's blood?
Yes.
If you don't mind me asking, but for what?
In Balaki, I think that it could help us with the apothecary. Maybe he will be interested on it.
Yeah. Well, I've got an empty flask. This one that I had, Samson gave me his, and this other one that I have, it looks like it's kind of getting a little old here. So, I mean, I'll help you out with that.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Oh, and I
so-
also have a little flask. However, I would like to kind of secretly fill that one flask.
If you want to do anything in secret, you can just whisper DM.
Oh, okay.
That way
whatever.
it's truly in secret, but yeah.
Secret. Okay. No one heard it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So
Magic.
Samson would take probably 3 oil flasks and start pouring them out on a mix of the berserker's body and the tree itself. Try
I
and
can help.
accelerate something once we start to walk away.
I'll help Samson and just have a firebolt ready.
Well, if we're ready to leave, that should at least be something. I don't think we want to stay here long. I think we leave here, go back to where we fought the big guy, bring back the body of the man who hadn't been transformed, potentially bring back the smaller ones, and some trophy of the big one. Guy's head, I think we cut off.
I've already got it.
Yeah, and I think we head back to town. Unless we want to investigate out here more. Is that a plan?
Yeah, that's a plan right now.
Okay. So I've got the oil flasks that have been kind of placed / poured out around to try and accelerate some of the burn. Well, Nadia, if you want to hit it with fire once we're a little ways away. No sense in starting things burning while we're right next to it.
Just give me the word.
And Samson would go ahead and kind of fold the cloak up and put that in his bag as something that we can deal with this at some point once we're a little bit safer. Elias, I think you giving this a look once we're somewhere safe is probably a good plan.
Sounds good.
Curious because it's got magical potential, but it also clearly was part of this ritual, which not something I'm super thrilled with. That I think this is tied to that creature, and I would rather disrupt whatever it is. So, shall we head out?
I'm ready.
Yeah, should be ready.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Let's head on out and be careful as we do. And once we're, say, 80-ish feet from the tree. Nadia, why don't you start it now? Where we can see that it's gonna burn.
Small bolts of flame catch upon the oil pools. A bluish flame resonates outwards towards the tree bark, climbing up the corpse, up to the leaves as they catch fire. Nadia, roll me a Constitution saving throw, please. A shrill cry of pain emanates from the now animated corpse of the berserker. It thrashes about, and as it does so, burning up, you see, Nadia, you feel your legs give beneath you for a brief moment, but you manage to catch yourself as a very sharp and burning pain near the talisman burns the flesh there and right into your soul. You can feel the thing's pain. And by the thing, I don't mean the thrashing corpse about. I'm talking about the tree. No, the wood. The wood burns. It hurts. It hurts you. You who feel this innate connection now to the dark bark. Eventually, after minutes that seem eons, the corpse settles, burning up into ash. The screams evade as you maintain yourself onto your feet, unless you choose not to.
No, I'll be on my feet.
Eventually,
Okay.
From then I'll just kind of, I don't want to say like, not like clutch or like tug at my chest, but just kind of put my hand up there to kind of like put pressure on it just a little bit, and to kind of focus on that, and then just kind of reflect on everything that's going on with that. But hold my composure for everyone else. Try to save face.
You okay?
Yeah, just didn't have breakfast this morning. Fighting Wendigos early in the morning. Got ambushed. Desecrated site. It's not really my forte.
Of course.
Should have taken that coffee when it was offered.
Yeah, I'm starting to think that now too. I'm sure once we get back into town, we'll have some more deciphering of Samson's late night escapades.
I already told you that. I was being somewhat cautious in town because I didn't necessarily want to share with all the townsfolk that I come back from death. That's
Don't blame
the
you.
type of thing that commoners have problems with. But let's say we head on out.
What do you mean commoners? No regular person has any issues of coming back from the dead.
Well, normal townsfolk who don't have experience with magic all that often get a little bit shocked by it.
To be honest, I don't know how I feel about it.
I suppose that's true.
Everyone has their time, you know. It's no shame to run out. Just, don't try to hold on to extra time too hard.
I understand. There's much I can do. Much I need to do. Much I will do.
I've heard some people say the same. It didn't always end well.
I know the risks. I know the dangers. I'm not going to turn into some maniacal tyrant trying to rule the world. I just want to help people.
Well, that's not good.
Well, I just want to help people. Yes, let's head out.
As you venture back through the woods, Irina assists you in dragging the head and perhaps the bodies of those monstrosities you slew. A pillar of black smoke rises ever higher in the north as the fires purge away that sight. Curiously enough, you happen upon what your eyes thought were just like some roots or undergrowth or brush. Tiny, how would I describe this? Twigmen lying on the ground here and there, motionless. They're like interwoven vines and roots, made from same darkened, blighted bark with little hollows for eyes that seem to have fallen off the branches and now lie motionless. You walk 100, 200, 300 feet, and then there's no more of them beyond that point.
Oh, okay. Well, it seems like there was a bit more here than what we had expected.
Yes.
It's a good thing we didn't cause any problems, though, with that.
Yeah. I think we probably are best to make it clear that while we dealt with this threat, we did not necessarily deal with the root cause of it.
Root.
Oh.
Was that intentional or no?
No, that was not
I didn't think so.
No, and I hate myself for it.
Yep. Yep.
I'm glad we caught that.
Yeah, that was not intentional. I don't mind puns, but yeah, that pun was not intentional.
All right. Eventually, you make your way to the wood's edge. Go ahead.
No, you're good.
That's it. Eventually, you make your way to the wood's edge to proceed back to town. Essentially, at this point.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
As swiftly as you made your way through the wood, you make your way back. It is about noon at this time as you return to the town Kresh Square. Carrying the corpse of the beast with you, you earn yourself a few oohs and ahs and gawks from the guard militia and the folk about.
And we would have also brought the body of the non-transformed but mostly eaten guy that would initially spawned this trap.
You are
It was the
approached.
initial bait for the trap.
As you approach the gates, they open, having recognizing you and not believing their eyes at the thing you're carrying. Taras nods a few of his men to help you with the corpse of the eaten individual that he recognizes as one of his guards, Constance. The boy, the little scout, who seemed timid and fearful of you before, now looks at you with awe as his eyes glance between you and the thing you're carrying, the monstrosity in your midst. Seems to be inspired. Taras approaches the lot of you and says, "Oh, all right. When I'm wrong, I'll admit it. Seems like there's more to you than meets the eye. You'll want to see my brother about this. He'll reward you handsomely for this."
You only need to have a little more faith.
You must understand I care for my people dearly. I cannot send them to their deaths.
Of course. It was not an easy beast to fight. I will say, well, we killed this one. I don't know if there are more out there, so I would still be cautious on the walls.
More. Well,
Well, there were the small ones. We found 2 of them. They attacked with the big one.
hell, I thought you got the brood mother of them all, so to speak, but,
Hopefully we did, but we don't know how many small ones there were. We only encountered the 2, but there were a lot of remnants of eaten animals out there.
Well, as a measure of precaution, we've been discussing with the men of how not to have a repeat of this, and we've been thinking maybe put a few bells on the tower's alarm, just in case there's a repeat of this attack.
Yes. That, or Simpson will pull out his whistle that he almost completely forgot he had, or get some of these.
That would work. Anyway, we have our work cut out for us. Thank you for bringing back Constance's body. He, too, shall be buried in the plot of his family, and with that, he recommends that you see Dimitri to claim your bounty, unless it is anything else further you wish to discuss with him or anybody else here.
The other thing I'll say is assuming you would be able to guess, those things did not die to normal steel. Silvered weapons were what we needed. Silvered weapons and magic.
Silver magic, just like any other bloody thing out in those woods. Got
Of
it.
course. But I don't want your guards accidentally fighting one with just steel.
Preferably not fighting one at all.
Yes, but if they have to, then
Right.
I'd rather them have a fighting chance.
Right.
Well then, should probably go see Dimitri.
Right.
So he'd be excited to know this.
And he is. For the sake of expediency, we can say that he is ever delighted and willing to pay you the bounty of 400 gold pieces for the beast's head, and the rest of it to do with it as you wish. As for the bodies of the other men you brought, while grotesque, Dimitri has an understanding that even transformed, a man is still himself, at least in part. He plans to bury them in their respective plots as well. You can go ahead and split that gold, 400 gold pieces, as you wish. I mean, among the party, as he addresses his thanks, and reminds you that this is but a beginning, and should you wish to do more service for Kreshk, there is the issue of delivering the gown to the abbot, as well as discovering the case with the grave robbers.
Yes, I would quite like to get up to the abbot. I imagine Astrid is probably already gone.
What
Yeah.
time is it now?
It's noon, 12.
Yeah, just kind of look at Samson. Honestly, lad, I don't think we're getting the wine to Vallaki today.
I agree. I don't think we're getting the wine to Black today. Or probably, in all likelihood, even tomorrow.
So,
Because I'm expecting it to be at least a day more here, and probably at least a day dealing with the winery.
What's there at Vallaki, says Dimitri. Kind of.
There's a festival that's happening.
Oh no!
Yes,
You're gonna
one
miss
of the
another.
weekly festivals.
You're gonna miss another bloody festival. Oh, that's
Yes, we were.
that is a shame,
hoping to
isn't
be-
it?
Yes, quite a shame. We were hoping, however, to be able to at least help the Montecarves by delivering some wine to them.
Well, I'm sure it's gonna be as grim as always, with or without wine.
Of course. Of course it will.
Damn you, Vegas, and your bloody. Anyway, it's a fine thing you brought her here. He just keeps very joyously playing around with the head, figuring out which way to nail it to a board to mount it.
well, now that you brought the subject, what do you think about Vargas and his men?
As an honorable Lord of Kreshk, I am not in a position to talk dirt about my fellow colleagues across the river, but I can't say that I agree with his methods. He has his uses. But, he's an improvement from his father. I'll tell you that much.
Will you be open-minded to another improvement in Balak?
What are you insinuating?
Hey, we're not going to do anything of that nature.
I'm not insinuating anything. Things are getting better, and AI is pointing to the monster. We're hoping to make everything better.
Right. And you do. I mean, I would wish you fortune, but it seems like you don't even need it. Enjoy the gold, spend it well. It's well earned.
Well, suppose, do we want to grab food before we head up to the Abbey, or head up to the Abbey immediately?
Let's maybe get some breakfast in us so we're not completely dying by lunchtime. Or excuse me,
Alright, the lunchtime.
buying. Yeah, excuse me, not buying. Dying by dinner time. Or
eat some rations or whatever we need to do. Fuel up,
Yeah.
take a short rest, gather ourselves. I wouldn't mind a short rest.
Yeah.
Yeah, me neither.
Yeah, I'm gonna need to cut it like in a few minutes, guys.
Yeah, same.
Absolutely far.
Yeah.
Oh, we're taking a break?
Yeah, keep going, dude. 8 hours.
Endurance D&D.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Man,
So,
I'm
what do you
gonna
say
mount that corpse on crushed skates. I'm just gonna fucking... That's
Do
a
it.
warning to others, yeah.
That's metal.
Well then, what do you
What
say
if
we...
you like walk into Crash and already was hanging there and you're like, nope!
I'm like, oh, cool. They can handle themselves. They're self-efficient.
Yeah.
I mean, a little brutal.
Yeah.
I suppose the thing I'll ask is, Dimitri, is there an inn where we could get food, or would we be able to utilize your kitchen here to try and cook ourselves some food? We haven't eaten yet today after that hunt, and
He's able to
I
serve
think most
food.
of us could deal with that.
Yeah, we don't... well, food I have. But if you are looking to parch yourselves, that sure, hard worked for and well-earned thirst of yours, if you're willing to quench that, there is the pool north of the town. It is a holy site by the Shrine of the White Sun. The waters there have restorative powers to them, and there's none like it. So, while I can serve my humble porridge or beet soup, I recommend that you pay it a visit as well.
Well then, what do people say? Shall we go on have a picnic at the lake before heading to the abbey?
Sure.
Sounds good.
To the lake. Sure.
How long do you guys want to keep going? Because we can do this. We still have time, but it's up to you.
I have something to do now. Like, if not,
That's
Yeah.
what I figured. That's a good
5
spot to
hours.
stop.
Sorry
Yeah.
guys, I do need to go. I'm going for
No,
5.5
we're calling it
hours.
here. This is
Yeah, no. I did that deliberately to put us at a nice. We're having a picnic at a lake. This is
You don't want to
perfect
play a picnic
time
for half an hour
for-
where nothing is going to go wrong. I promise. Is yeah.
Right, but basically, I tried to put us at a nice spot where we could easily do RP chat.
Can I just say before you guys go that this is exactly what I'm talking about, and not to toot my own horn, but I really wish other DMs did this as well. You guys, okay, so I had my notes prepared for like, okay, they're gonna go like, whatever. They're gonna start at night, something weird's gonna happen at night, and they're gonna be like, okay, that's disturbing. Anyway, moving on to the abbey, and then moving on to the winery. But now you guys are like, no, we're pursuing this now, and I was like, improvise a map, improvise tokens, improvise this. I wish my DMs had that. Like yes, let them. They're on their own adventure. They're picking their own branches. You did this yourself, DM. You did a nighttime encounter and all that. So I just want to say that. Like that was really fun. Like improvising shit. Like
Yeah,
I want to
it-
investigate where the other corpse went. Like druidic ritual. Let's go. What can you come up with, Tom? And make this relevant for like later in the campaign. Like it's fun.
I helped you plan it. Okay, it was really well ended. Like,
I didn't plan half the session. I was just like, let's go.
In all honesty, it felt like it was not fully planned, but it was like I'm just gonna have you guys do this in 2 or 3 sessions.
Yeah,
so I had to have the outline of here's
if I'm
the
being
things that
vague,
I'm
it's not
doing.
because I don't have any answers, because my answers are just not ready today. They will be ready by next time. Just ask them in RP chat if anything was like, okay, you didn't really answer me this question, and in RP chat I'll be like, okay, read the lore, read the lore, read the lore. Here's your answer, kind of thing. Because I am still keeping things relevant to campaigns. I'm more like foreshadowing later chapters. But the thing with Crash Flight is so interconnected with like 4 other chapters that like it's easy to do.
Yeah.
But as long as we're all
I'm
having
gonna head
fun.
off.
Yep. Cheers.
Yeah, go for
Matt.
it.
Good night.
Anybody wants to stick around, talk, they can. If you need to go eat, go eat. I'm gonna go eat in like about half an hour as well. But,
I'm probably gonna jump off. I gotta get some food, and then it's gonna be late by the time I'm done.
Yeah. I'm just gonna roll them hit dice. And
Yeah, I'm gonna make a note. Roll, hit dice.
Well, if we're going on and short resting, then I will go ahead and fill that in as well for myself.
oh, short resting, nice. I have one spell slot back.
Because that's at least the plan, is for us to kind of have an hour-long picnic at the lake in short rest.
Sure.
Yeah, I would say so.
16th
Where
of
nothing bad is going to happen.
You have survived.
Yes.
No.
The original group has survived 7 days. The rest of you survived how many days? But 7 days in Barovia.
Oh, what we were talking yesterday. I'm gonna do it, okay?
Just think about it. Just under a week ago, we were still traveling with what's his face and what's his caravan.
Well, guys,
Okay.
take care.
All right, later, man.
Yep. I
Maybe.
will be heading out as well. But thank you again. Thank you again. And I will see you guys later.
Fun stuff.
Fun. Since we're all going one by one, I'll go next. But I'm gonna get some food and everything, and I'll try to be a little bit more in RP and everything, since we're gonna have another whole week and then another
Whole
week
week.
to lay off. Yeah, well, actually, almost 2 weeks.
Yeah. Yeah. Sorry about that.
No, you're good. It's
I all
fine.
falls into
No, work happens.
being busy that day.
I think that'll be totally cool.
That's
Yeah.
dope. I like that.
What? That Yarnum, or excuse me, that Bloodborne.
Is it Bloodborne? I thought it was Castlevania. That's pretty dope.
No, it's Bloodborne. Bloodborne's so fucking good.
I look at
That's
this-
like in the first.
I don't want to
10 minutes of the
put
game.
music from Bloodborne because it makes it sound like I'm gonna like throw a final boss at you.
But it's so good. The
I guess.
the Cleric Beast track. That one's so good. Listen to that one.
I know it. I know what you're talking about. I'm talking like if I play it, it's like I have it reserved for like final bosses.
Yeah.
Because otherwise it's like, why is the music having Latin lyrics in it?
Yeah.
If
Yeah,
it's Latin, it's a boss.
Yeah, that's always a tricky one. I think it's like, okay, so this really needs to fall under the very epic moment thing.
I'm gonna say this too as a little Easter egg for today's session. I had 3 guards in total. The little boy is called Etz, E-T-Z, or Itz, if you will. The 2 guards that got kidnapped is Gamov and Ermin, right? Put their names together, it's game over, man.
That's good.
Yeah.
The little things I do for fun as a DM for myself.
Yep,
Game over, man.
Good.
That's pretty good. I like that.
Anyways.
Now every time I get a name, I'm gonna like treat it as like an anagram and be like, oh, he said, what's the name of eat shit? Oh, what the hell?
It's shit.
Yeah.
My favorite NPC.
So what you're saying is that you pulled the same Regal.
Basically.
Now, sorry, Nick, one last question.
Yeah.
Because you were not there and Samson was, so it's perfect to ask you too, and I'll ask the rest of the group. In future, should I do the Matt Mercer thing where I pull people aside into another chat and talk
I
to
think
them
that's cool.
and let you guys discuss whatever you discuss, or should I do it like at the table and just everybody pretends like they don't know? I feel like the first one might be a little bit easier for roleplay sake, but I don't want to have people like bored for like 15-20 minutes.
No, like we're self-efficient. We were just bullshitting there like all the time. And I mean, if it's gonna be like a longer thing, you'd be like, okay, this is kind of going a little bit longer.
They're gonna be like 10, 15, 20 minutes max. Not even.
I think that's totally fine because it's nice because everyone gets their little spotlight and it's cool. It's a little one-on-one, and it does help because now, even though Samson's being vague as fuck, it's still like, ooh, there's intrigue. Like, what's going on? And it wants us to like pull us in and be like, okay, what's going on?
That's where you can take those week and 2 in RP and explain yourself better.
Yeah.
I know live RPing is harder than typing it all out.
Oh yeah. The other thing is I absolutely need to go back and watch that chunk of the video again because while I was taking notes, it is
I was
much
trying
easier
to go
take
slow,
notes.
but at the same time, like I'm keeping like 4 other people like on the other end.
Yeah. I was gonna say it's much easier to take notes when you're not the only person who has to respond to things.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I am. Well, it was mostly like listening, but it's fine. I'm waiting for Aya to like go back into her vessel before I do her bit. I'm just waiting for that to be. you're a warlock of the genie, but you're not like using your vessel at all. It's like you're a time wizard, and you're not using time spells. Like Elias finally is using time spells, and it's cool. And I'm like, yeah, do the thing with your patron, so I can do a cool bit. Yeah. Whereas with Samson, I can just do it like it's like a whenever twilight descends. Like that's it.
Yeah, and anytime it's nighttime at Samson's vulnerable.
Or anytime you pray to Saloon.
Yeah.
Yeah. Did you like that? The night sky going down? Like, I don't know. I love the little bits like that. That's why I like Warlocks and playing with Warlocks so much, because then you can be invasive without it being, like, bad DMing.
Yep.
Or Clerics. Same thing with Clerics.
Yeah, it works well with Clerics, particularly ones with the current bond bargain thing that Samson has.
Right. Anyway, have fun, Nick. I'll see you when I see you. And have fun, Nadia, becoming a bark person. Bye.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
I am this close to just straight up saying, remove curse, take the item away.
Let people have their fun.
Yes.
So
That's why I'm not doing that.
What I actually do, because now... Actually, I got confused. So,
Yeah.
the Berserker lady, I thought she turned to ash.
Her blood turned to ash in her veins.
Oh, I thought she as a whole turned to ash. I was like,
That's
wait,
how
is she
Aya
here?
perceived it and how Aya kind of told you guys.
Oh, okay, because I was like, okay,
Yeah. I mean,
makes sense.
it doesn't truly matter, I'll tell you that much. I'm just being fancy
No,
about it.
no.
She turned to a husk. She got shriveled up and as if like all her blood just got taken away from her. And she died very, very, very rapidly and quickly in connection to your tuning to your item. Perhaps. But I'm not going to be coy for the sake of being coy. I think we can all see where I'm going with this.
Yes.
We can all put two and two together without me being like, well, maybe you're wrong. Maybe you'll find out in like 5 sessions. No, you got it. You figured it out. You tuned to the item. You killed her. Hold on to it because it is. Who's wearing who?
I will be ruler of the bark people.
Yep.
We'll see. We'll see where that goes.
So basically, if I take it off, I'm dead.
No, you can remove
no.
curse. You just didn't remove the
remove
curse first when you removed it from the berserker.
Yeah.
Everything you know about the item, I didn't hide anything. Once you're tuned to it, you get a curse.
Oh,
you
yeah,
get
yeah.
everything about it.
Yeah.
But it
I'm
said... I
I'm
thought
not
it said if you remove the curse... Or maybe I read it wrong.
If you remove the curse, you unattune from the item. It loses all its charges, but I promise you I won't kill you just because you unattune to an item. That's a douche thing to move. I might give you like 3 levels of exhaustion if you fail the constitution saving throw or some shit, depending on the context of the situation. But I'm not gonna straight up be like, yeah, and now Nadia is dead. Like, no, that's ass.
Yeah, although to some extent, as long as Samson has level 3 spell slots available, Samson strongly suspects that this necklace is cursed, and that the curse
Nadia
is if
can
you
choose.
lose
I don't
it,
know why you're being
you
so
lose.
coy about it, Nick, but Nadia can choose to tell you that there's more to this necklace than just like it's evil. There's a benefit to it.
Oh, I'm sure there is, but Samson's looking at it as if this necklace has been is lost, it starts taking away your power because it's effectively forming a symbiotic
You're not
relationship.
completely wrong, but I don't want to reveal anything that Nick, for some reason, wouldn't want me to reveal.
No, because I thought it was saying like
you
if you
just have
cast
not-
remove curse, your attunement to the item ends, and I was just like, but does that like technically like destroy the item if
No.
I'm wearing?
No, it just ends your attunement to it.
It
Okay,
breaks the
I wish I
attunement
just had-
and lets
fuck,
you
God damn
discard
it.
What?
No, I just fucking read it wrong, and now I just
Okay,
kind of put myself
If
in
you
the
misunderstand what the
position.
item, I try to make it as clear as possible. But if you
No, it's not. It's not on you. It's me. I
let me finish.
interpreted.
If you misinterpret the item, and that's why you're being coy about it, because you don't understand it, and you're like, well, what should I share? That's one thing. But if you actually want me to keep things secret and not say anything, let me know, and I won't say anything. But if you literally did not understand the item, I'll correct in the open, so everybody knows.
No, because I thought if the item was on me and the attunement ends, it's like okay,
the item goes, but then it's like, oh fuck, well then I just go with it too.
There
So I was like,
are
now I
very
feel like I could take
few
it off.
ways to destroy a magic item in D&D. I think like a Tarosk saliva or a gut lining is required to destroy a magic item, for example. And a Tarosk is a CR30 creature. Or like you need like the end result of a Dungeon of the Mad Mage, like a black hole item to destroy a magic item. Sorry, spoilers to anybody who cares about Mad Mage's mains.
Yeah, it's the Sphere of Annihilation from whenever
it's like a legendary one of kind artifact. Like there's not many ways to destroy a magic item.
There are ways to. It's challenging to do.
Although you can destroy staves very easily, but that's different. Because staves are just different. You can snap a staff in half, and like a staff of destruction like explodes out in a fireball if you destroy it, and it is destroyed. But that's part of the item's thing.
Yeah, but cursed items in general, being hit by a removed curse allows you to basically
remove curse. Just remove curse.
Take off the item so that you're safe to get rid of it. You then still have this cursed item that's sitting around waiting for someone else to attune to it.
Yep.
That has to be dealt with, but you're not attuned to it anymore, at least. So you get to live.
I think a wish spell can be used to actually remove a curse of an item.
I mean, it absolutely can, whether or not it's an exhaust. It would be a risky wish spell, I think.
I mean, fucking who monkey paws wish? But anyways.
Wait, hold on. So I'm getting a little confused.
What?
Sorry, because like all the previous DMs and all this stuff like have never done as good as a job with you, and I barely got anything like past level 4 or 5.
Cool.
But so if you were to remove curse on it, it takes the curse completely off of it, or just off
Not
me?
off the item, off you.
Okay. Because then I was thinking about it. I was just like, well,
lost my audio. So bye.
Why would I like ever want to put? Oh, so I was like, well, why would I ever want to put that on then? And I was just like,
what, a cursed item?
Yeah,
because
I was like,
the
okay,
benefits are awesome, and a curse is up to you to interpret.
Yeah, the +2, like, or getting up to a +2, like, okay, cool, that's a really good power spike, and then doing the blood thing, I'm like, okay, like that would be cool because I could work that into a dampier background, and then I was like, wait, I just feel like this is just gonna consume me, and I'm just gonna basically fucking die.
It's gonna consume you if you don't do what the curse demands.
Right.
It's not.
But I thought it was.
Demand.
I thought you were saying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In 11 sessions, this is well, I mean, you weren't there for 11 sessions, but like in all these sessions you were here, like this is the first time you ever used Fanged Bite. Use it more, nerd. Like it's awesome. It's part of your character.
No, it's good, but I've just never been. All the times I've gotten to battles, I've never been in melee. That was the only time. Every time I've been at ranged or I got thrown out a window.
You don't have to be in combat to use your fanged ability.
No.
Nope. And you're like, I don't want to be evil about it. You don't have to be evil about it. You can find other ways of not being evil about it. I mean, find yourself a willing target. I don't know. You can find a way. Like, it's up to your character. It's up to you.
Oh, no, that was fun, because I was going to think about it. I'm like, oh, because you brought up a thing where your character had that blood wine, and I'm just like, I wonder if there's a way, since we're going to a winery.
Savra just mixed wine and blood as a gift to Strahd.
Oh, I thought it was. I thought it was like a special concoction or something.
Blood wine. That's what it's called. It's blood wine mixed together. That makes it drinkable, or so I assumed. I don't know how the other DM. Knowing the other DM who didn't let Doru enjoy blood sausage, I don't know how good blood wine would have been for Strahd, but in my sense, I just thought that, it was a fine gift. Because, honestly, I played Savra like, we're in this lord's land, might as well make him a gift. Because Savra traveled away from, like, the far east. She's used to traveling to new lands, and every time she brings a gift or something traditional for people to teach, it's rude to come out to somebody's land and just be like, well, no, we're going to kill you to escape. No, I want to make friends with Strahd, and I want to see where that goes. So I've made blood wine. But, yeah, you can... fuck around, just message me, let me know what your ideas, or RP it up, and I'll let you know. I'm here to make your dreams come true. You're just telling me what you want to do, and I tell you how to get there. That's it. I tell you how hard things are, and whether or not they're possible or not. That's all I do. My job here is not to tell you no, it's to tell you how.
Yeah, the only reason I just didn't tell them because they're like, "Oh, hey, you have to drink a bunch of blood," and it's just like, that's kind of like fucking weird and probably not perceived well. So I was like, okay, well, I can hide that because that also hides
I
my
don't,
section of being
I
a
don't get
Dampier.
you, man. You come up to my campaign, you up your character, you pick a Dampier, and then you come up to me like, drinking blood is weird, man. You
No, it's good for her, but I'm saying in front of everyone. It's just like if someone came up to me, they're just like, "Hey, I need to fucking drink blood like every day because of X, Y, and Z." I'd be like, "That's kind of fucking weird," and like I feel like that's like
Let me ask on Samson on behalf of the group. When you heard you have a Dampier join you, was that a problem?
he punched out his audio
Oh,
cut out or
well,
something.
okay, well, good night then. I don't know. Something to discuss with the group then. I can't answer on their behalf. I know Savro would have had a problem with your character, but she's not around anymore, so it doesn't matter. I'm not gonna keep mentioning her like she's here. My point is, it really depends between characters. But we have a tiefling in our group who is okay with feeding child meat and is okay with carrying child meat with her at all times. So really, what is evil, what is not in this group is a very weird, wiggly line.
Yeah.
You'll figure it out. It's gonna be fun. Whatever.
Yeah, I was just figuring out just how to like RP it into the thing, but I don't know. I'll probably just drop all my like background or stuff and just be
Well,
like, all right, I hope this makes a little bit of sense
I
now.
can help you out to make it smooth the transition. First thing you have to ask yourself is like, did Nadia ever feed on blood?
Oh yeah, she was forced to.
She was forced to, so it would be like a traumatic experience, right? Probably not a pleasant one. Could she grow to like it? Could she grow to hate it? Okay, these are questions you have to ask yourself. Like, when you RP it up, it's not gonna be like a casual, probably not gonna be a couple of casual like goblet in hand, Strahd style, like just sipping it like you've been doing it for 700 years. It's gonna be more like I can't believe I'm doing this, but I have to. Right?
Yeah, I mean, I brought up. Fuck, I just lost my train of thought.
Or maybe you go feral because you lose your sense of humanity and you stick to the Dampier side for just a split moment, enough to convince yourself to go in for the bite.
So where I was kind of going when we were talking about the item when you first dropped it, I was like, oh, like I wasn't the biggest fan of like doing the whole blood thing because I was like, well, because I wanted to start incorporating like how I wanted to feed and just like different ways of doing it or something. But then then I was like, okay, that would actually be kind of cool.
We had a solution for that. I can just make the item as it was. No +2, no growing charges, no curse except for, no curse. Just item as is. On bond, a little bit of blood, and it's +1 for the rest of the game. I just want to give you an edge, but if you really hate it so much to the point where it makes your character more difficult to play, I'll remove the curse. Easy done.
No, because I feel like it's there already, and like I can deal with it. Like I'm not like, oh damn, I'm really upset. I gotta go write a post on Reddit. No, nothing like that.
I don't care about you posting on Reddit. I care about your fun.
No,
if it's an item where you really feel like, well, this is not the direction I want my character to go into because it's your character. It's your one thing you have agency over. If you don't feel like that's something that you can do without ruining your concept of who Nadia is, I'll remove the curse. No problem. If you feel like this is a cool addition to your character and you can work with this, we'll keep the curse.
Yeah, I mean, I can definitely, keep it. It's just a matter of like.
I thought it was good character development, but maybe that's just what I think.
Yeah, it's just about how to. I just don't want to be like, oh hey guys, on our picnic, let me just tell you about my like horrific, like fucking life changing style.
In Arena, let me just tell you how I need to drink blood. Meanwhile, she has a vampire's mark blackening her flesh.
Yeah, and I just didn't want to be, like, I was playing this group once, and this person just drops their whole background, first session, blah blah blah, this and that. I'm like,
that's what our P chat is for.
Cool.
I mean,
no.
I did that over a P chat, but everybody was vibing with it because I actually made a cool, interesting character, and they were asking questions. Don't do that, sitting in the spotlight for like an hour, explaining who you are as a person, unless that's how the group is having fun, which I guarantee it's probably not.
Yeah, probably not.
Or in first session when everybody else has their characters be like here.
Yeah, because the thing I brought up.
Critical rule does it. That's all I was gonna say. Just do the critical rule does it, where it's like little bits here and there eventually. And I'm gonna be doing like overarching arcs for everybody kind of thing. We've already kind of passed what Samson is all about. We know what he's all about, right? We know who Samson is. Time to explore all other characters.
No, right. Because like my thing, what I had brought up before, was that like I brought up the thing of possibly being ascended because I wanted her to, she thinks she wants to be a champion of Tiberius.
Mhm.
So I was like, okay, like that would be kind of cool if it's a possibility in your world to be like,
It is.
okay, she's a Dampier now, but through her actions, through all this stuff, and this is late game, it's like
Yeah,
cool.
it's.
I have
I'm telling
ascended.
you, it's already in the game, not just like in theory. It's already planned. I already have notes for it. It's just that you have to get there first. So.
Yeah, but I was thinking about that. I'm just like, man, like to ascend, it goes back to like how you said, and it makes sense. Like you can drink blood, and like you could be evil and still do good things. You know how you said.
Who says
I
that
think I
Tiberius
was.
will not allow a vampirus who drinks blood to ascend to near godhood and become their champion? One doesn't correlate with the other.
Right. Well, I was kind of thinking like, well, maybe I should need to like rethink the god and how he works because I was just like,
Sure.
I think of it as like, not like today. Well, maybe like today's gods be like, oh, like Jesus Christ or something, like he's my savior, whatever. And it's just like, oh, but like you're.
There's not a single god in D&D who's like that.
No.
It's
But
more like Greek gods, where like they're humanized and they have emotions and rage and lust and other emotions and evil and corruptibility and good intention, and they have human emotions. No, they're not like perfect, omnipotent, flawless creatures that are like, well, you drink blood and that makes me better than you, and you're not worthy of me. No. Tiberius is, what is Tempest, right? It is rage,
Yeah.
it is strength, it is survival during blizzards, it is testing of strength, it is, you define it, right? What is Tempest? What is the god of Tempest? But you don't have to be like, oh, he's so holy, divine. Like, not even like Ilmater and the Morning Lord are like that. They too have their piece of lore where they're like they were human, and you know.
I think this is like the. Yeah, I think like this is gonna. And like this has all been great. Like this is like the first real campaign since I've been doing D&D for like the past 5-6 years. Like this is the real campaign where I'm just like, fuck, like I actually do have some real agency over my character because I'm so used to being shoehorned or just being like going into those tropes, and I'm just like, so like, please don't think I'm just like a fucking idiot, but it's just like, oh,
I don't know why you're doing this to yourself. I'm literally telling you this. It's your agency, your character, and I'm here to make the game fun for you. It's not about like, oh my god, you're complaining too much, and I want to take away. I'm gonna take away the fucking curse so you can stop complaining. No, it's not about that. It's literally I'm just trying to make it fun for everybody. I don't listen, man. I'm just here to DM and have a good time. I don't care.
Just here to have some fun.
As long as you're not like, I want to have all the legendary items and OP items and make other people feel irrelevant, then. You message me those magic items. I've put them in the game. They're literally around the corner. Just fucking go there already. Stop chasing Wendigos. But
I thought that was all great. I was like, oh,
I had fun too. I literally wrote the Wendigo this morning and I was like, oh man, I did a thing where I wrote in a cool thing, and now they're gonna go on a tangent, and that's gonna be a whole session, and we're not gonna go do the thing that I want to do 2 sessions ago.
Yeah,
but it's fine. It's part of a story. It's why you don't run Storm King Thunder in like 25 sessions, because you keep adding stuff of your own that fits your group, and your group are going to be like, oh cool, dope, Wendigos. We all know what Wendigos are. I don't have to be coy about it, be like, well, it's a deer person. Actually, it's not a Wendigo, it is a pure hag creature from Feywilds. And no, it's a Wendigo. We all know what Wendigos are. We all know what a Wendigo fever is, and if you get killed by them, you turn to one, and that's what happens. We all know what's up. This is cool. Now there's a Wendigo corpse hanging outside the city gates. Who knows? Maybe next session I'll have a little Wendigo corpse hanging there in Roll20 on our main page in front of the gates. Maybe.
Cool.
I don't know.
So, well, since we have like basically the next 2 weeks to do a lot of RP chat and everything in the meantime, like we don't have to do it tonight because I gotta get going here. But like I need to help kind of try to bring up like a tactful way, because I did try to hide it because I was just like. I was trying to hide the blood thing, but now I'm just going to be like, all right, look, it's probably good now to come open with it, but also I just don't want to be like, hey, guys, so this whole time I've been a vampire, they're going to be like, oh, okay, cool, and then we just move on. Not saying I need this limelight, but it's just like, what would be a tasteful way of...
I think they know. Who doesn't, aside from Arena, because I literally ruled disadvantageous perception just to see if your behavior is even slightly disturbing, because you're still wearing the ring. So you can't straight up be like, I see your fangs coming out. You can only... What?
No one can see the ring. It's invisible.
No one can see the ring, but the ring has its effect on you. so when looking at you, it hides your nature. I think not as a visual, but I don't know. I ruled mid combat perception is my point. Midpoint, she was fighting,
Yeah.
she was distracted, she didn't see your fangs. So Irina is not a concern here. Astrid was not there. Did the other PCs notice? Do they care? Yeah, we'll figure out over RP. Take your time to write it up and not like, hey guys, I've been a vampire at a certain time, but be like, I feel like if I am in this group, I should be as frank towards you as I would imagine you be frank with me. I want you to understand
that's-
something about me. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's what I wanted to bring up. But because Samson's being so fucking like, I can't get a grasp on it. It's just like
I think he's just being vague because he's having a hard time RPing live. I think
okay.
maybe, I hope, in text chat he'll be able to explain better what happened. And if not, well, it's a mystery.
Yeah,
That's
because
fine.
like with that, I was like, oh, if he opens up, like, because I'm not gonna lie, when he was like, I thought he said Saloon, not Zaloon, or what the
Zhulun.
other one.
And their names are
How do you-
similar for a reason. You're the first one to pick up on it. I'm gonna give you the benefit of telling you to keep to that path. Nothing, very few things that I do are accidental. Very few things that I do on purpose are without purpose, so to speak.
Right.
I made them sound the same because there was a reason to it.
So, picking up on that, I was like, okay, if you are a reborn, you have had some divine nature bring you back to give you another second chance, whether what side of the fence that, deity or whoever otherworldly being is on, you were chosen. And so that really resonated with me because it's like, well, I feel like I'm chosen by my god. And I've the sorceress from just innate magical power. I'm like, I could really connect. But because he was being so vague, and I'm like, okay, now I don't fucking trust you. And that was going to be like a time for me to really open up.
Good.
But
If
then he
your-
got
if
really,
Your character
yeah,
is going to be like inside checking Samson from now on because he's being vague. That's in character. Good. That's also
Yeah.
good. I just feel like the right questions need to be asked in RP chat for him to explain them correctly. Because, as Samson said, he has to go back to rewatch what happened so he has answers. Because I don't know why he takes notes while I'm talking, but whatever, that's the way he plays. I don't think he caught everything I said.
yeah. I mean, I take notes because it is hard to sometimes go back and be like, when did I say this in the session? And you're skipping like
Meanwhile,
all over that bar.
You don't see me taking notes, you just see me remembering everything. I'm just here like,
He's so good.
I know who looted
Yeah,
the
I got big brain.
Scarecrow a week ago, but you guys didn't recall it because I can.
Yeah.
None of you have keen mind, so I can just be like, yeah, you would remember that it was you. But at the same time, I'm like, it's such a small detail. I don't want to be coy about it. It's literally something that they picked
Yeah.
up, and it's a good thing they picked up on it because it is relevant. Who makes the scarecrows? What animates them? What are these druids? What is the symbology? What is all this? It's all connected. I'm not doing this because I'm like, I like triangles. I'm doing this because it has a purpose.
Yeah.
So yeah.
But
Are you guys gonna use your mules as meat shields or what? Keep leaving them
No.
behind wherever you go.
I didn't think we need to take the mules like with a cart to the woods. I was like, yeah, you can fucking leave them.
Just turn the cart on its side, and there you go, full cover.
That's true.
Against non-ranged characters. Yeah.
Yeah, I was sitting up on that little hill and I was like, man, I could just hurl orbs out here and do all this. And he's like, all right, he locks eyes with you. I'm like,
Did
oh,
you
shit,
ever?
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Did you ever play or watch Until Dawn?
That sounds familiar.
Until Dawn is the game about a bunch of teenagers going to a cabin in the woods and they get spooked by what later turned out to be like their friend playing a prank on them because they killed his sister like last year. Well, they didn't kill her, but they, whatever, she died. He's
Accident.
mad at them. Yeah, accident. You know what I'm talking about? And like,
I think I know what you're talking about,
by
but
the
I never
second act,
played
it's
it.
like it's an actual horror game because like,
Yeah.
are you pranking us? No, I'm not doing this. And it's like it's Wendigos. It's like Wendigo monsters.
Huh.
I wanted to soundbite them. I wanted to put them on my soundboard, but I
That
was
would
like,
be
that's
cool.
gonna be too distracting.
Oh, that would have been a nice little feature because I cranked up the music and I'm just like, yeah, like that was some good music too, by the way. I was like, yeah, that
Frightmare has some good tracks. Yeah. That's,
what was that one? I actually saved it. The Time Bomb.
Yes. There's a whole.
version, yeah.
I recommend the whole album. The whole album and the entire creator. He makes a really great combat trailer music kind of thing. Frightmare as an album is terrifying. I just picked it for specific monsters. I didn't want to put all of them in there because specific tracks have specific feels to them. Like, you know. But for Wendigos, yeah. And again, I literally correlated the music to them, improvised, because I was like, what do I have to fit these creatures? Because I didn't think you're going to be facing them off this session. But it was a fun improv.
Yeah.
Fun times. Hopefully you guys do something cool with the trophy. Because the whole Savra's whole thing, she was collecting bones. Because she was a bone druid. Just speak with the dead and just her mother's magic with the wild magic side. And then she would collect the pelts and stuff and wear them as intimidation tactics. She was like a barbarian druid, so
Yeah.
I'm not trying to push that aspect onto the characters, but I'm giving the opportunity to be like, hey, if you want to carry the tradition, it's there.
Yeah, I think it'd be nice to have little mementos of all of our
And
time
like
and everything.
Aya being like, I can use the blood with the apothecary. I'm like, yeah, you can. Literally. That's why I gave you guys the opportunity to harvest your monsters.
Yeah, I was like, oh, cool. If she's gonna take blood, it's not gonna be weird that I'm just putting a flask under him. Like,
I
all right,
rolled
that kinda...
Irina inside because I thought it was weird, but I wasn't seeing if Irina finds it weird. I was gonna be like, Irina be like, and what are you gonna use it for?
I'm gonna help her.
Uh-huh.
I'm helping. Yeah.
There's a
Yeah, I just didn't.
certain level of
wanna-
passive trust that Irina has in you that makes her rule bad.
Yeah. I just didn't want to come out and just be like, oh, hey guys, I'm a vampire or Dampier and blah blah blah, this and that, and like have it come out during the session, like how it does come out in Critical Role, and like we're 11 sessions in, like I'm only about 8 or whatever, but
Just explain what it entails.
what'd you say?
Just explain what that entails, what being a damper
Yeah.
means. It's not as bad as people think.
No, it's not.
Like I mentioned before, there's a hero in one of the Ravenloft book stories called Jander Sunstar, who is one of the best good-lined protagonists, vampires I've ever read about. And while he was giving into thirst and he was inflicted by it, and he was beast of a man, of an elf, and all that, he was still a protagonist. He was still a good guy with good intentions. His curse did not make him a bad person. It was just a curse to live with. Same with you.
Yeah. I think he just had like conflicting emotions of how I wanted to see her or like perceive her. Be like, oh, do I want to go through like my edgy rebellious phase? I'm like, look, I'm a Dampier, I'm a monster, blah blah blah. I'm just gonna take whatever I need, and then whatever happens happens. Or is it like, no, do I want to hold on to that side of my humanity? Do I think I'm a monster because of everything that happened in
if you
Braidor
were
Court?
an absolute purge the curse away from me kind of type, you would have already added to the item, but you didn't, and just that's telling. So we'll figure it out. You have 2 weeks. Fix your sheet so the
Yeah, I did.
items
It's
work
on.
with it.
Yeah, for
because-
some reason when I long rested, it unattuned me to it for some reason.
That's very odd.
But I just hit attune and it was back
Because
on.
I can help you if you're on Roll20, but if you're on D&D Beyond, you're on your own, and I can't.
It was just a mess up on that. It was all good.
I'm gonna mark where we're at right now. Actually, we are at the Pool and Shrine. Mark that as session 12 before I forget.
Yeah. I'll work on a couple things and I'll send it to you in chat just to be like, hey, I think this is the way how I kind of perceive things and how I might want to open up about some stuff.
You guys are like, oh, we missed the festival. I'm like,
Fuck that festival.
honey, there's one every week. I know you want to get the wine in there, but like, it doesn't matter. I mean, it's a good gesture, but like, hey, if the wine takes 3 days to retrieve back, you would have not made it back anyways.
Yeah.
The people know what they're in for. A miserable festival and now there's no wine. Oh well. It's not like, because you didn't get the wine back, then Verkus Vlakovic killed everybody out of non-alcoholic rage, and anyway, Blinsky's dead. Like, I'm not gonna do that.
I was gonna say this is like an NPC quest where you're like, you start leveling and you forget about your low level stuff, and then you come back and you find out like everything has changed. You're like, fuck, why is the town on fire? Who are these rulers?
I mean, like, if you promise to Martikov's, like, we're gonna return your wine shortly, and then like you return 3 months later and you still don't have wine,
Yeah.
they're gonna be like, y'all dicks.
Y'all fucking suck. We already got the wine like
Yeah.
a long time ago. Lost a lot of people.
Strahd brought in like 3 other adventure groups, and they're already fulfilled all the quests and were lucky. Get out of here. In fact, one of them is the Burgermeister now.
Yeah.
And he says no to orcs. Oh.
It's your other group, and then they just like bust into chat. We're like, hey,
Oh,
we're
God.
taking over.
Well, I did that. I actually not with Curse of Strahd, but I had a short campaign. It was like 10 sessions each between two groups.
Yeah.
And they acted both as each other's rivals. So what happened previous session actually took place during current session in like
Nice.
concurring events, and they were each other's rivals, and they would keep hearing about each other all the time in news and stuff. And like one group was pretty much the janitors of the other group, like they fucked up here, so like now you have to go there and fix that shit up. And here's what happened to them, and don't make their same mistakes. And then like the other group would do the same to them, and it was just
That's
a fun
cool.
10 session thing we did back and forth. Almost like it was supposed to be like a one shot, but then we were like, this is too big to like let go. It was like a
Yeah.
post-apocalyptic, like the world has succumbed to a deadly fungus that like kills people and raises them as essentially Last of Us zombies.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah.
And it was like I won't spoil anything because I'm actually using some
Oh,
of
you're
that stuff from there in this campaign, so I should probably shut up now. But
No,
yes,
you're good. But did they end up fighting each other in the end, like, or were they just like, oh,
it
set
was
our
a
differences aside?
rivalry. It's not like a enemy kind of
Yeah.
thing. They were just rivals. They ended up fighting together in the final session. It was two groups of 3 people, so they ended up.
Oh, I was gonna say, I was like, oh fuck.
full.
There was like 2 groups of 5.
There was a lot of like barter and exchanges between them of like, oh, yeah, well, you suck, or whatever. But they ended up fighting together because they had to save the world, kind of thing.
Yeah,
But it was a fun.
that's
dynamic.
cool. Yeah,
It's-
that's really cool.
It's one of the 2 things I want to do in D&D. Like that, I want to do in D&D, and then I want to do D&D with just one person. That's my
Yeah.
goal one day.
I feel like that would be so easy to do. I feel like I see those posts all the time.
Maybe
Just one person sessions.
it's just a different game altogether.
Yeah. But that well, I feel like as you, kind of knowing you, be like, what if that person's just kind of like quiet and whatever?
Oh no, I
Just-
pick my players all the time.
Yeah.
I pick and choose. If I don't like a player within like 5 sessions, I don't have him play my game. I'll be like, listen, we just don't vibe. And as much as you want to have a good game, I too want to have a good game. I've kicked players before because of that. I've kicked players
Yeah.
before. When I did it, it was me not liking them and the group not liking them, given. But if it was just me not liking them, I would have done the same. I would have been like, listen, trying out the table. I'm sorry. Like 5 sessions in, I'm not feeling it. But that person will have to be like super problematic, like not receptive to like criticism or just not playing to the spirit of what D&D is. You know, I'm
Yeah.
not here to tell you a bedtime story. I'm here to play with you and craft a story with you. And the more you add
Yeah.
from your side of the character, the more you add to my story, the more I'm going to use. The more I want. The more you make my job easier because you're like, well, Nadia can bring this to the story. The more, the better. I think.
Yeah.
If you're doing
'Cause
the opposite and you're just giving me more homework.
Yeah. And then going back to the Dampier, I think now would be a good time to kind of come out with it because of all the stuff that's going on. But then as far as my actual backstory, I think I'm going to wait about being like in Brador's court and everything. Like I'll drop some bits, be like, yeah, I was turned, blah, 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 and I had to escape. But then like, if anything does happen, I'm not going to lie. I think Nadia would shit a brick if she found out like Brador was here or he had the ability to travel in and out or something. That'd be fucking nuts for her.
It would be.
It would be.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Yeah. I also have to focus on arcs of other people as well.
Yeah. But I think that'll be
try and
a
get
little bit
people
more
to
quiet.
talk more because I'm sure they're having fun, but Elias is being real quiet and A is being real quiet. Don't overexpect.
He was muted for the first part, like when all that stuff was happening, like when we were figuring out like who wants,
It's a
or at
shame,
some point during
because
that.
the player behind Elias, minus whatever his name is brilliant in both. I see it in his writing, I see it in his RP, and I see it in the way how much energy he puts into his character, and I see it in his one-liners where like time gets us all and all that. It's very memorable and makes him very likable. Please, more of that. Talk more funny, man. Like I like it.
Yeah. I saved a bunch of like tabs, and I have like a ton of tabs open of like storm quotes or like all this other stuff, or like even stuff from Warhammer. Like if I'm like just
you were
giving
quoting
out
Warhammer
verbiage.
at me, and I was like, boy,
boy.
do not use those words against me. I was there when they were written.
The tech priest of Mars. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, no. I mean, whatever helps you immerse into into your thing. I actually plagiarized. I can't say it because it's Curse of Strahd, so it's gonna be spoilers. I actually plagiarized a line from Bloodborne when I said it without realizing that I did, just because I saw it once, it got buried in my head, and then like a few years later, I'm playing Curse of Strahd, and I just say it, and I just let the words flow, and they were like, "Hey, you're not Maria." Hold up.
Yeah, it's funny like when that stuff like it's so good to use, but at the same time like everyone would just be like, "Oh, you're doing this."
Like,
Like, they
yeah,
pick
I
up,
wasn't
like,
even
just like how
realize
you
I was
said.
doing it. I was just like, this would be a really cool line to say just about now.
I'm trying to think. What does Maria say? Damn.
They essentially, I can say it because I won't do it in this campaign. I'll do something
No.
else. They approached a corpse, and they were going to retrieve an item from the corpse, and the corpse just like grasps their arms and slowly lifts its head and pulls them in and just says, "A corpse should be left very well alone." And they were like,
Right,
"Oh, you're not
right.
Maria," and I was like, "Oh shit,
Or
it is
no,
Maria,
but-
isn't it?"
And then you play the Astral Clock Tower music.
Right.
Yeah.
It was literally like just buried in my mind, and I just did the scene because like, "Oh, this is cool."
Yeah,
I don't know.
it
I'm
is
not
cool.
plagiarizing anybody, and no one was.
I'm not gonna lie, that fight took me so goddamn long to get past.
No, don't worry. Don't feel bad. I didn't get past the tutorial.
I didn't get past the second boss in the game technically, and I took like a 2-3 year hiatus, and I came back like, all right, let's do this shit.
I just played Dark Souls 3, played the fucking tutorial, and I was like, this game, it ain't for me, dog.
Yeah.
I'm not here losing brain cells over this shit. Well, anyway, I'm gonna let you go because I'm starving, and I
Yeah, me
have work
too.
tomorrow, and this was fun. And
All right.
Actually, I'm gonna cut the recording here too because I've been recording this entire time.
Ooh.
It's gonna be a
Cut that out.
5 hour
Yeah.
uh, 5 hour video. Yeah.